Sydney Shul is proud to be celebrating its first anniversary, marking 1 year of serving the community and supporting the well-being of every individual. From uplifting concerts throughout lockdown, toys and gift deliveries to children in hospital around Australia, delivery of hot meals to COVID-19 responders, post-COVID mental health awareness programs, and community events from all ages celebrating Jewish holidays around the calendar. Come be part of the action here at Sydney Shul. We welcome you and your family to celebrate your special milestones, like birthdays, bar and bat mitzvahs, in a fun and meaningful way. With a personalized program including a wellness workshop, packing gifts for children in hospital, and much more. Visit sydneyshul.com to see upcoming events and programs just for you. Wishing you a happy and kosher Pesach.
Hi everybody, welcome. Good morning to those watching from Australia. Good evening to those watching from New York, on Zoom, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. It is an honor to have you all here today. This event is in honor of the Lubavitcher Rebbe's 120th birthday coming up this week. The Rebbe reignited the Jewish spark that was lost during the Holocaust. The Rebbe brought hope to thousands of Jews across the world and provided direction and pride for generations to come. Now, as we approach Pesach, the collective holiday of freedom, we strive to connect to the message of Pesach, being freedom. But what is true freedom? We know that freedom is a state of mind. Our grandparents may have been stuck in Siberia, Russia, and in any other hard circumstance, but they were truly free in their mind and in their heart. Freedom is an emotional and mental state of being. As we go into Pesach, not only do we have the message of freedom, but Hashem gives us the power to true freedom. So I bless us all that we in our own lives experience true freedom in our minds and hearts, and those of our family and our community, and that we stand together with each other and look out for those who are struggling and stand up for those who don't have a voice. May we enter this holiday with true joy, true community, and true freedom. Enjoy the rest of the program.
The root of our experience, living in a world with a mental health crisis that's only getting greater, is this notion that we are broken and we need to be fixed. When in fact, the reality is that we aren't broken, and any parent of a toddler or anyone who's seen a little child run around carefree, not have social anxiety, not have depression, live life in the moment, being present. Anyone who has seen that knows that we aren't always depressed. We aren't born depressed. We aren't born with anxiety. It's something that develops over time. It develops because of messages that we have internalized, that we've told ourselves that we believe are true. You see, the reality is, and I want you to imagine, you have a beautiful home, beautiful artwork, paintings, everything that you could possibly want, need, desire. But there's no electricity in the house, meaning you can't turn the lights on. If you try to flip the light switch, it's still dark. So you can't see, experience, or enjoy anything that's in the house. All you need is that electrical outlet to work. You need the light switch. Now imagine you have the most incredible architect, designer, house planner in the world who built your house. And the only thing you need to do is find the outlet to turn the light switch on. Our mental health crisis is not about fixing people who are broken. It's about finding the energy source and plugging it in. Okay, so this is all beautiful, but now how do we do that, right? It's easier said than done. true. The first thing that we have to do, first and foremost, is to acknowledge the nature of suffering. God created the world and the people in it, which means that God created positive and negative feelings, and they're part of the experience. So suffering in itself is part of the human experience. But once we can acknowledge that, it's actually by definition no longer suffering. Then it just becomes pain, right? Pain that we need to acknowledge, get through. Situations that need to be resolved. Obstacles that need to be stepped over or worked through. So mental illness, or mental health rather, is not about fixing people who are broken. It's about uncovering what's inside the potential through finding the energy source. So the first step is to acknowledge that. Once we acknowledge that everyone at some point will experience pain, will experience sadness, will experience anxious feelings. There's a spectrum, right? Obviously, there are many people who experience it to the point where they can no longer function. But there's always hope. And I say there's hope because the latest research has proven that a person can fully heal from anxiety. It's not a lifetime diagnosis. It's not a life sentence. We simply think it is. And after having spoken to one of the leading experts on anxiety today, in an interview, he said that he has seen patients who had debilitating anxiety who were able to fully heal by working on the underlying symptoms, by addressing the pain, right? The underlying pain. Not putting a Band-Aid on a wound, because a Band-Aid doesn't work when there's an infection. Tylenol doesn't work when there's an infection, when there's an underlying problem that needs to be resolved. So our goal here is to not put a Band-Aid on when there's something beneath the surface that has not yet been addressed. Our goal is not to decorate our homes, not to buy more furniture, without first finding the energy source, without first finding the light switch. So what I would like to do is I would like to share some tips with you that will help you build psychological immunity or emotional calluses. Things that will help you navigate difficult situations and help you get to a place of healing. And you don't need to be suffering from mental illness to benefit from these tips. Anyone can benefit from them, whether you have something, a diagnosis that you want to work through, whether it's a family member. I'm here to help you build tools to navigate, let's call it the tricky bad weather that shows up sometimes unannounced, that we can't always control. So speaking of weather, if you have ever experienced being in a bad weather situation, right, whether literally or proverbially, about probably a decade ago, I was planning my son's upsherin, his haircutting ceremony, and it was an outdoor event. Weather's normally very nice that time of year, and that morning there was a torrential downpour, and I was devastated, and I didn't know what to do. I had guests coming, and they were going to get soaking wet, so we had to figure out a plan to make sure that we do the best that we can do under the circumstances, right? So when it rains, what is our proverbial umbrella? What do I need to do to get through this? I'm solving a problem. You see, I couldn't control the bad weather. In the same way I can't control traffic, right? Waze, anyone who uses Waze now knows that when there's traffic, Waze will reroute you, right? They're helping you solve a problem. Now, if you think about the smaller problems that you experience in your life, those are usually more easily solved. So for example, we'll use the carpool example, right? If my carpool is running late, you know, the bus driver who drives my kids home from school, I have to call the school and let them know. If I'm running late to an appointment, I've got to call them and let them know, because I know that if I'm late, they might cancel it. So think of a problem in your life that shows up that's more easily solved, right? Your refrigerator's broken. If you don't fix it, your food's going to spoil, so you've got to call a service provider to come out and fix it. It's a little easier because these are small things, right? They're trivial things. But what about the bigger problems? What about the bigger issues? The relationship struggles that we have, the mental health struggles that people that we love experience, that we experience. What do we do with that? Big question. What if we were to take a problem-solving approach? What if we were to take this problem? Now, this is it's an example shared by the chief medical correspondent for CNN, who's also a brain surgeon. He studies the brain, and he has a tremendous amount of data on how to become mentally more healthy, how to live better, and he shares fascinating tips and insights. And one of the things that he says that helps him is he has a meditation practice where he tries to observe the problem, big or small, as if it was in a bubble sitting right in front of him. And he's observing it from afar as though it's something that needs to be addressed or solved. And one way to do this is to imagine you're helping a friend with that same problem, right? If someone, if let's say, for example, someone said something really hurtful to you, if you're a sensitive person, you'll internalize that, and it might be very difficult to get through that really hard moment. But if it happened to a friend, you'd likely have an easier time helping the friend through that situation, saying, don't worry, it's not about you. Try to kind of breathe through it. These things happen. People say things. You get offended sometimes. It's okay. So there are three things here that three components here that I'm going to share. The first component is the acknowledgement of the reality of negative emotions, that they show up, and sometimes we cannot control how we feel about them. However, we can control what we do post-feeling. Meaning, someone comes to you and says, you did a terrible job at this. So the inclination, right? The first gut feeling is, oh man, this hurts. This really hurts. This is painful. And those feelings will show up. Now, in that moment, if we understood that God created us, right? You have the best architect in the world, the best designer in the world, building your house. You know your house is going to be stable and beautiful, and the foundation is going to be strong. If God created you, then you do have a strong foundation. And you know this somewhere deep down on some level, but the lights need to be turned on so that you can acknowledge it. So someone says something hurtful to you, you acknowledge that God created these feelings that show up. They're very common, although we don't share them openly with each other, which is part of the reason many of us feel alone in our struggle, because there's not much dialogue and discussion happening about some of the bigger issues. But know that if God created this emotion, that maybe it's not meant to be completely eliminated. Maybe it's meant to be acknowledged for what it is. Just like bad weather, can't always control it, but we can carry our proverbial umbrella. So what does a proverbial umbrella look like for you? And that's a tricky question, because I could share 1,000 tips with you and they might all not work. It's possible, right? Just like there are hundreds of shades of lipstick, hundreds of shades of red, right? And it's kind of sometimes unfathomable to think that there can be hundreds, if not thousands of shades of red, but everyone's got their red, right? Like a prescription, a glasses prescription. If you take somebody else's glasses and think you're going to see better with them, you might, maybe you have the same prescription, it's possible. But when you go to your eye doctor, you need a test to see what your prescription is, what prescription you need. That's how things work. So the tips I'm going to share with you are pretty universal in nature, and I hope that there's some takeaway. And if there is, remember that it can be trial and error. So you can try one thing, maybe it doesn't work, try something else. So first thing is to acknowledge the reality of life. Acknowledge that life is not difficult because you're doing it wrong. It's difficult sometimes because you're doing it right. It's part of the human process. It's part of living. And once you acknowledge the suffering, it's by definition no longer suffering. Now, once that acknowledgement happens, what's next? Right? We said take that proverbial umbrella. Figure out what it is that you can control, what it is that you can't control. Once you know this, once you know that what you can't control, let's focus on what you can control. And with that, what we do, and this is something that I use very often in my practice, is something called manufacturing motivation. Now, what does that mean? So, how many of you really want to start exercising? I love that example because exercising has had, there's so much data, scientific data today that shows the benefits of exercising, not just for your physical health, but your mental health, longevity. People who exercise regularly live significantly longer. So there are all these benefits, right? So it's difficult to, it would be difficult to say that exercise is not beneficial unless someone has an injury. But then there's ways to adapt, right? You can, if you have a leg injury, you can do arm exercises, right? So there's different ways that you can work around. But most of us want to exercise. Most of us are not exercising. This is according to research and data. Why is that? Well, it's probably because when you wake up in the morning, you don't feel like it. You're tired. Suddenly you remember all the other things you need to do. Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs once said that we often do the urgent at the expense of the important. What does this mean? The stuff that's really important to us in our lives get missed because we have all of these little fires that we need to put out, right? This work crisis just came up, so I need to cancel that lunch I scheduled with my daughter. Or, I have to fix my car today, so I'm not going to be able to make all these phone calls to people that I care about. You see, when that happens, we're setting ourselves up to go down the path of I am broken. And what we want is to go down the path of what is my energy source? And the reason this is so important, and I'll share this through an example story, great story that I heard about a college professor whose students were so obsessed with getting an A that he had to figure out a way to help them understand that while it's really important to be educated and to learn this content in the classroom, there are bigger things that will actually help them do better, not just in the classroom, but in life. So the professor brings in a big glass jar into the college classroom. He's a bunch of students sitting there. And he takes the jar and he takes a bunch of big rocks and he fills the jar with rocks. And he tells the students, is this jar full? And the students say, yeah, it's full. He nods his head and then opens his drawer. And then he takes out a big bucket of pebbles. And then he proceeds to pour the pebbles into that big glass jar. And what happens? The pebbles slowly trickle to the bottom of the jar in between the little spaces between the rocks. And the pebbles land at the bottom and slowly fill the jar up. So he tells the students, is this jar full now? And the students say, yes, it's full. And then the professor opens up his drawer again and pulls out little marbles. And he takes the marbles and he pours them into the jar. And slowly but surely the marbles make their way to the bottom, between those little spaces, the pockets of space between the pebbles and the rocks. And he tells the students, is this jar full? And the students look at him questioningly and they say, yeah, I guess so. And then he takes a bucket of sand and he pours the sand into the jar. And he says, is this jar now full? Students say yes. And then they start to understand. The professor tells them, your big rocks are the most important things in your life. Those are the things that will build your energy reserves. That's the outlet. That's the light switch. The pebbles, also important. But if the jars aren't in that, if the rocks aren't in that jar first, you'll never fit the rocks inside if you put the pebbles in first. Meaning if you don't prioritize the foundational things in your life, the other things will take over, and you'll end up using the urgent things in your life, making them a priority at the expense of the important things, leading you down a path of I am broken. And the reason this analogy is so impactful and so profound is because one of the reasons our mental health crisis has become so prevalent and so devastating is because our jars are often filled with sand. People are burned out from work, feeling social anxiety because of what they're seeing on social media, comparing themselves to a standard that's unattainable. That's the sand. The jars are being filled up with sand, and there's no room for the pebbles. So once we get into this space of understanding the nature of struggle, moving to a problem-solving approach where we know what the problem is that needs to be solved, right? That's self-awareness. Once we know what problems need to be solved, then we can acknowledge what's important in our lives. And once we build the foundation, just like building a foundation of a home, there will be less issues to deal with. We'll be less likely to have those foundational problems. Like how often do you see a home, right? They say don't build castles on quicksand. That's a pretty extreme example, but you don't want to build a home that doesn't have a strong foundation. A strong foundation means developing psychological immunity, meaning we recognize the nature of life and that suffering is inherent in it. It's a part of it. And pain is inevitable. And we don't always have to completely eliminate the pain. Our goal is to understand it and the role it plays in our lives. And once we can understand it, then we can move to a problem-solving approach where we know the difference between what's not in our control and what is. Once we know what is in our control, then we can enter into a problem-solving mindset. For example, I can't control traffic, but I can control calling, who I call to let them know that I'm going to be running a little bit late. I can't control what other people say to me. It might hurt. Again, that pain that I feel is part of the experience of human life. But I can control how I address that pain, right? Understanding that Hashem, God, created me with these feelings, with these emotions that come up. And what I do then is I do something called problem solving, which is also one of the things that is very, very effective in problem solving is called manufacturing motivation. And we use the example of exercise, right? I really want to exercise because I want to be healthy. I know that it has benefits for my mental health, my physical health. But in the moment, I feel caught up in the emotion or the feeling of not wanting to do it because I'm tired. So in order to address that, what I can control is doing something called manufacturing motivation, which means the night before, if I want to exercise in the morning, the evening before, I am putting my sneakers, my workout clothing, my fully charged phone with a great Spotify playlist right where I can see it. So it's the first thing I do when I put it on. And even if I don't work out, even if I don't end up exercising, I took one small step in the direction of my goal, and that in itself will lead to another step that is in the direction of my goal. In the same way, there's a Hebrew saying, mitzvah gaireres mitzvah. You do one good thing, it leads to another. Anyone who's done a pretty strenuous workout knows that after a really, sweat-inducing workout, you're probably not going to take a big chunk of candy, a big handful of candy. You're probably going to want to eat protein because you just had a major workout. You want to be able to continue in that, direction. So one thing will lead to another. So manufacturing motivation means setting yourself up for success because you know that you're not always equipped to handle difficult situations when you're in them. Another great example that I often use with teens and with kids is to write yourself a letter. When you're in, a good state of mind, when you're feeling good, let's say you had a great conversation with a really close friend, someone that you respect and admire. You went to a really great lecture. You watched a great video on mental health. Take a piece of paper and a pen. Write a letter from your happy self to maybe your sad self, or yourself that feels depressed, that might need a helping hand, might need some advice, some guidance. And who better to get guidance from than you, right? Who knows you better than you? So write yourself a letter. What would you want to know? What would you want to hear when you're feeling sad and you want some support? You want some chizuk. So these tools, and there's so many tools, many different ways of manufacturing motivation. For me, I like to work in an uncluttered space, but because I have kids, my house will get cluttered and sometimes messy. So there's one table, there's one spot where I know it's always going to be clean and organized so that I can get my work done effectively and efficiently, because I can't work in a place that's cluttered. And the final thing that I'm going to share is something called an audit. So once you acknowledge the suffering, once you acknowledge pain being an inevitable part of life, normal part of life, right? You move into problem-solving mode where you see every difficult situation as a problem that can be solved. You let it sit outside of you so you can observe it in the same way a friend would observe your problem. And once you can define the problem, you can figure out what you can control, what you can't. And that's when you begin to manufacture the motivation that you need, because motivation is not always natural. It doesn't always just show up. Not everyone's naturally motivated. So whatever it is that you want to do, you'll set yourself up for that in the best way that you can. And finally, and this might be something that you could do before or after. These are not in any particular order. However, it is the acknowledgement that we all have positive and negative emotions would be a good precursor or a good prerequisite for doing these other things. But, start wherever you are, do whatever you can, and do whatever you connect to most. The third thing is called an audit. And what an audit is, it's looking at the past year, let's say, right? We just had the new year, and ask yourself what worked for you. When were you not feeling sad? When were you not feeling anxious? When were you not feeling depressed? Tell me more about that point in your life. What were you doing then? What was different? See, when you do an audit, what is an audit? It's looking back, let's say a spending audit, right? When you're doing your budget planning. You want to know, well, where did I spend too much money? And where should I have spent more money? Same with time, right? Where should I have devoted more of my time? What should I have done more of? What should I have done less of? Instagram is a great example of something most people say they wish they had done less of. See, once you have this data, then it's much easier, right? You have more clarity on how to move forward. But if you don't constantly recalibrate, if you're not constantly auditing and checking in with yourself, then what happens is, it's kind of like, even if your house is spotless, dust will accumulate if you don't constantly clean it, right? It will get messy if you do nothing. You've got to be proactive. And being proactive is sometimes really difficult. It feels heavy. It feels like swimming against the tide. But anyone who swims against the tide knows that it is a better workout. And once you build this toolkit, then you have it. You see, a challenge can become a great opportunity for tremendous potential, to work into your potential in a way that many people who don't have difficulties couldn't get to, right? Couldn't get to this potential, because it's really in the challenge that you see, it's in the struggle that you see where your strengths are. It's ironic. And I can tell you from personal experience that the struggles that I faced in my life have turned into tremendous opportunities for growth and awareness and change. And it's not different for any of you. So once you look back, figure out what didn't work for you this past year. If you could take 5 things with you from 2021 to 2022, what would you take if you're packing a suitcase, right? Packing a carry-on, let's say. Usually the fundamental tools for you are very few, right? The jars, the big rocks in the jar. What are your rocks? What are those things in your life? Take them with you to this next year. Build awareness on what works and what doesn't work for you. And remember that there is no one-size-fits-all formula. So this is going to have to be something that you do on your own. There's this term called outsourcing emotions, where we feel that we have to react or respond in a way that other people do because that's what everybody's doing. But that's a myth. It's a myth that if I adopt the habits of others, that it will be successful and it will be good for me. Maybe some will be, but without self-awareness, without knowing what works for you, you could be doing all the wrong things. And you want to be doing all the right things, because you want to bridge the gap between where you are today and the person that you aspire to be. And any void that you feel inside of you, any sense of lack or scarcity, is not because there's something missing. It's just because there's a light switch. Again, that light switch has got to be turned on. Shine a flashlight. Do it, whatever you can to turn it on. And once that light turns on, you'll see the foundation. You'll see the beautiful home, the home that is you, that's built by the greatest, most proficient architect the world has ever seen, Hashem. Hashem designed you with intention, and your mission is to find out why you're here. And there's a great quote that goes like this: the two most important days in your life are the day that you're born and the day you find out why. I don't remember who's quoted saying this. It's a pretty popular quote, but that lies at the essence of healing. That's how we change. That's how we improve. And that's how we work toward a place where we are all living a life of understanding, of contentment, of peace, joy, and harmony.
A very warm welcome to the Sydney community and to everyone else out there around the world who chose to join us today. I want to start by saying that I am deeply humbled and grateful to be able to answer Rabbi Levy's call and to be able to contribute to today's event. My intention is to share with you the tools and the resources that I have found to be extremely valuable in countering the impacts of toxic stress and trauma. But not only countering it, using it as a catalyst for growth and transformation, and being able to develop a resiliency so that we can lead a more meaningful and fulfilling life. And that's what our talk is centered around today. It's about creating resiliency for ourselves, our children, and our communities. And the truth is that if we can't do that for ourselves, we can hardly do it for our kids or extend that out to others. Let's start with a textbook definition for resiliency. What is resiliency? Resiliency is the ability to be able to cope or to bounce back in the face of adversity. The meaning for resiliency that gave me a zing, that I found especially meaningful, is one that comes from Dr. Rachel Yehuda, in which she describes resiliency based on a commercial for a Timex watch, where the watch is being promoted as one that can take a licking and still keep on ticking, right? Even though it encounters a blow, still keeps on ticking. That's what resiliency is about. And the truth is that we all encounter blows, right? Adversity in our lives is inevitable. And I think that's especially relevant today given the unprecedented times we're living in, right? Just the unrest that's going on in our world today, the uncertainty and the unpredictability, which has become the new normal since the start of the pandemic. We've encountered blows such as the loss of a loved one, the impact our physical health, our mental well-being, financial hardship, right? These are so many stressors, right? that we need to deal with on a day-to-day basis. I'd like to look at Dr. Martin Seligman, the father of positive psychology, at his work around resiliency, in which resiliency is seen on a continuum. On one end of the continuum, we have those who, when they're faced with adversity, right, or traumatic event, they will fall apart in 5 ways. The 5 possible ways are anxiety, depression, PTSD, resorting to addictive behaviors or substances in order to numb their pain, and even suicide. In the middle of the continuum, we have those that when they encounter challenging times or adversity, they too will react with strong negative emotions, perhaps anxiety, depression, but within a month or so, they will bounce back to their baseline, meaning that they will continue living their lives just as they had up until this point. On the far end of the continuum, we have those, they too, when they encounter trauma in their lives and may react with symptoms of PTSD, but within a year or so, right? Not only will they bounce back, they will become better and stronger. They will enhance their lives in many different respects, far better than they have before they encountered adversity. And this is what we refer to as post-traumatic growth. And the truth is, when doors close on us in our lives, right? When we encounter a blow, when we encounter hardship, new opportunities and new doors will typically present itself. However, if we're paralyzed by PTSD, A, we don't really notice these opportunities, and B, we don't have the capacity to walk through these doors. The question is, how can we develop a certain level of resiliency or achieve post-traumatic growth so we can come back better and stronger? And the truth is that in order to be able to do that, we first need to understand what is stress and what happens in our body when we're under stress. Pretty much the physiological impacts of stress. And I'm going to try to keep this as simple and as painless as I possibly can. So our body's stress response begins in a small part in the center of our brain called the anterior cingulate cortex. What the anterior cingulate cortex does is it constantly scans our environment for the possibility of threat. And it does that by using real-time sensory information, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and touch. If the ACC perceives the possibility of a threat, it will send that information to the fear center of our brain where the amygdala is. The amygdala's sole purpose is our survival, and it's going to use this information to make lightning fast decisions, whether or not our environment is safe. If the situation is assessed as safe, the amygdala will send that information to the prefrontal cortex of our brain. It's also known as the thinking part of our brain, or our adult brain. Why? Because it's this part of our brain that gives us access to make sound judgment, to be reasonable, to be able to problem solve, for creativity, for humor, for intelligence, the ability to be relational, to interact with others in a positive and in a trusting way, to be compassionate, to be considerate, to be intentional. How do I want to show up in my life today, right? To be able to make choices for ourselves, to be able to express ourselves, speech and language, and for impulse control. However, if the situation is assessed to be a threat, right? If it's perceived as dangerous, the information will be sent to our limbic system, more specifically our hypothalamus. The hypothalamus will trigger the hypothalamus will activate our body's stress response. How? By triggering the release of chemicals such as hormones and neurotransmitters right? Cortisol and adrenaline into our body to activate our body's fight and flight response. So now our body is preparing to either flee, fight, or freeze in response to the threat. What happens in our body when our fight and flight response is activated, right? What happens in our body when our autonomic nervous system takes over and our stress levels go up? For one, our heart rate goes up, our digestion shuts down. We know that whenever there is a history of anxiety, there is usually a history of digestive issues, and that's bidirectional. Our breathing becomes fast and shallow, our pupils dilate, sweaty palms, racing and obsessive negative thoughts, and our muscles constrict and become tense. What happens in our brain when our stress response is activated? All the blood flow and electrical activity from the ACC, right, our threat detection system, the anterior cingulate cortex, is directed away and it shrinks in size. Now, the ACC is no longer detecting threat based on real-time sensory information. Instead, it will detect threat based on past painful experiences or past painful learning. So for example, if Suri's stress response is somewhat activated, right, and she wants to step into an elevator, but has a history of being stuck in an elevator for hours, or has read the gory details or watched the gory details of someone else's traumatic experience in an elevator, she will no longer be able to see riding the elevator as a reasonably safe thing to do. Instead, the past painful learning or the past painful experience will intrude, and it will feel dangerous and terrifying to ride the elevator, right? We can no longer differentiate between what is possibly scary to what is actually dangerous. We can no longer differentiate between feeling safe and being safe. And a really good comparison to that is the smoke detector in your home, right? A smoke detector is going to go off whether the house is on fire or a candle has blown out. It will not differentiate between the two. Also, the electrical activity or the blood flow from our prefrontal cortex is directed away towards the midbrain or the lower brain or the brain stem. So because of that, we now lose access to our thinking brain, right? We lose access to being able to be reflective, make good choices, be reasonable, reach out to others, right? Instead, our limbic, our lower brain, our emotional brain takes over, and we become reactive instead of responsive, right? In the face of adversity or challenge. We become impulsive, aggressive. We may resort to black and white thinking and make snap judgments. So in essence, what's happening here is that when our autonomic nervous system takes over, right, and our fight and flight response is activated, we lose the capacity to control our actions. We're no longer able to choose, to be intentional, to engage with others for support, to be reflective, right? To be able to problem solve. And that's where I promise myself I won't lose it again. I promise myself I won't yell at the kids. I won't be sarcastic with my spouse. Pretty much goes out the window, right? And what's important to note that this is our autonomic nervous system at play. This process is involuntary, just as any other involuntary processes in our body, such as respiration or body temperature. We don't have control over those. The same here. Once our stress response is activated, we lose the ability to be able to control our actions, to be able to be reflective or engage with others in a positive way, right? And the truth is that from when our brain detects a threat until our fight and flight response is fully activated is about 0.9 milliseconds. That's faster than 400 miles per hour. This process happens so rapidly and so below our consciousness, we're hardly aware, right? So when we make a resolution that I am no longer resorting to emotional eating when I'm under stress, and before you know it, the chips and the chocolate is gone, and you just can't seem to stop yourself. This is your your fight and flight response, or your stress response that has taken over. And I think the disheartening aspect of this is the shame and the guilt and the what's wrong with me. I promised myself I won't do that, and here I am, right? Doing that all over again. Later on in our talk, we will discuss tools, right, that we can use to put a brake on an activated stress response, so that we do have the capacity to choose and gain some control over our reactions, right? And that's where resiliency lies. So we gave a pretty bad rap on our stress response, but the truth is that stress is not all bad. We need to have some level of stress in our body to be able to win a marathon, to do well on an exam, to meet a deadline, to be able to experience joy, excitement, motivation, achievement, right? Without any stress in our body, we can't really perform that well. I'm going to pull up the Yerkes-Dodson law, or the Yerkes-Dodson curve. What the Yerkes-Dodson curve is it compares the stress levels in our body to our performance, right? So if we look at the lower left, where the stress levels in our body is relatively low, so is our performance, right? We're experiencing an inactivity and boredom. But as the stress levels keep on building, right, there's healthy tension, motivation, focus, until we hit peak performance at all the way on top of the inverted U, right? So whenever we're hanging out on the left-hand side of the Yerkes-Dodson, we're experiencing what we call positive stress, or eustress. However, if our stress levels still keep on building, right, our stress response is still activated, it's not down-regulating, right, it's not scaling back. First, what happens is our performance falls dramatically. We're experiencing fatigue and exhaustion, and as we're moving more towards the right and our stress levels are still building, we're starting to experience the impacts of the symptoms of toxic stress. There's panic, anxiety, anger, and finally there's burnout and breakdown. So whenever we're hanging out on the right-hand side of the Yerkes-Dodson curve, we're experiencing distress or toxic stress. The important question is what happens a little bit past peak performance? That our stress response doesn't downregulate, that it doesn't scale back. Instead, it stays stuck on the on position and it keeps on building. Well, there are several factors that will contribute to this, but the important key factor that we're going to look at is whether or not we perceive the stress as something that's temporary, it's going to blow over, or is it something that's constant and ongoing? Now, there are several situations that will contribute to a stressor that feels or actually is ongoing and constant. And one common source of this type of toxic stress is whether we're in an actual situation that either we need to change something or we need to leave in order to resolve the stressor. And as long as we don't do that, we're constantly experiencing stress, and therefore our stress response is constantly activated and is what we see as stuck in the on position, and we're experiencing the signs and the symptoms of toxic stress. Another common symptom of another common source of this type of ongoing constant stress is our ACEs. ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experience, and this is based on a very popular study that was done in the mid-1980s where children's adverse conditions, for example, abuse and neglect in the home, addiction in the home, incarceration of a primary caregiver, mental illness in the home, how these adverse conditions later impacted their health in their adult lives. For example, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and even longevity. But an important takeout of the ACEs study is that it was found that children who grew up with adverse conditions will develop what we call toxic hypervigilance. And what this is an ongoing feeling that danger is just around the corner and something really bad is just about to happen, right? And because of this, we're constantly perceiving stress and resulting in an activated stress response or a stress response that's stuck in the on position and experiencing the symptoms of toxic stress. The same is with the history of trauma. When someone has had a traumatic experience that hasn't been resolved, right, or hasn't been processed, they will constantly perceive threat. It's happening again. What if it happens again, right? That sense of helplessness, that felt sense of danger that's ongoing. And this will result in a constant activation of their stress response and the experience of toxic stress. What's important to note is that daily activities such as meeting a deadline, taking an exam, catching a flight, or seeing a doctor will involve a precipitous level of anxiety and stress, right? Of anxiety and threat when we're experiencing this level of threat in our bodies. Now, what I would like to do is take everything that we've spoken about up until this point, expand it and deepen it by looking at it through the polyvagal lens, right? According to Dr. Stephen Porges's polyvagal theory, we pretty much hang out in 3 different physiological states. One is calm and socially engaged. The second physiological state is fight and flight. And the third one is the freeze mode, right? So when we're hanging out in the first physiological state of calm and socially engaged, first we have full access to our prefrontal cortex, right, to our thinking brain, and we're easily able to engage with those around us. We're experiencing a feeling of safety and of being grounded. We're curious, we're playful, we're joyful, we're hopeful, we're compassionate, right? And to be able to rest and relax is easy, right? Planning a vacation is not too far-fetched or overwhelming. The key piece here is that when we're hanging out in the first physiological state of calm and socially engaged, we approach adversity, right? We approach hardship with confidence, right? And we have the ability to reach out to others for support, and we view it as a challenge. It's not a threat, it's not a danger. It's just a challenge that we believe we believe we can manage. However, if the threat, the perceived threat, or the can be resolved when we're in the first physiological state of calm and socially engaged, we'll move to the second physiological state of fight and flight. Okay, when we're in the second physiological state of fight and flight, the stress levels in our body is activated, right? We lose access to our prefrontal cortex, to our thinking brain, and we're easily going to act out an aggression or an avoidance in order to ensure our well-being. We'll experience panic, fear, anxiety, and worry when we're attempting to move away or to flee from the perceived threat. If that doesn't resolve it, we'll move into fight mode. In fight mode, we experience rage, anger, irritation, and frustration as we attempt to resist the adverse conditions. The key piece over here is that when we're hanging out in the second physiological state of fight and flight, we perceive every situation as a possible threat and will react in aggression or avoidance. The third physiological state is the freeze mode, right? This is typical when someone is being held down or trapped in a car after a motor vehicle accident, or a child, right, that's stuck in an abusive environment that doesn't have the ability to fight or flee. When we're in freeze mode, we can experience disassociation, right, or a feeling of being checked out. There is this ongoing feeling of numbness, of depression, hopelessness, shame, being shut down, this feeling of hopelessness and being trapped. So what this really all comes to is that it's the physiological state that we're in, right? Calm, socially engaged, fight and flight, or freeze mode, that determines how we view our circumstances, how we view adversity, and also how we respond to it. It's not necessarily the environmental factors, right? It's not the boss, the bank account, the kid, the spouse, the politics, or the elevator that's the source of our stress. It's the physiological state we're in. So for example, if Suri receives a phone call from a longtime friend that she hasn't been in touch, and she says, "Suri, how are you? I haven't spoken to you in such a long time. Where have you been hiding?" If Suri's hanging out in the physiological state of calm and socially engaged, she will perceive the phone call as friendly and kind, and will probably respond in a very positive way. However, if Suri's hanging out in a physiological state of fight and flight, she may perceive this phone call suspiciously and accusatory. "Where have you been hiding?" right? And may respond in aggression or avoidance. This concept really hit home for me when I read the book Forward Facing Trauma Therapy by my mentor, Dr. Eric Gentry, in which he points out that it's not the pathogens or the viruses in our environment that are the source of illness, right? It's an ineffective immune system. The same is here. It's not the environmental factors. It's not the boss, the bank account, the kid, the spouse, the elevator, or the politics that are the source of our pain and stress. It's an activated stress response. It's a fight and flight response that's stuck on the on position and hasn't down-regulated. The good news is that just as we can enhance our immune system, so too we can learn to put the brake on an activated stress response, right? And that's where the key to resiliency lies. To develop tools to down-regulate, right? Or to put a brake on an activated stress response, so that we can change our physiological state from freeze, fight and flight, to calm and socially engaged, so that we can flip from the right-hand side of the Yerkes-Dotson to the left-hand side of the Yerkes-Dotson, so that we can respond to adversity instead of react, right? Instead of becoming reactional and perhaps out of control. So if Suri is stressed, right, the muscles in her body are tense, her breathing is rapid, and her thoughts are racing, and her heart is pounding, and she pretty much looks like this, tight, right? Doesn't help to say, Suri, you need to calm down. Suri, let's reframe this and think positively. See, the glass is half full. That doesn't help, because Suri's thinking, creative, rational brain is offline. But what will certainly help is going from this, right, tense and activated, to long, extended exhalation and a relaxed muscle body. That's what we refer to by self-regulation. This is how we put a brake on an activated stress response, by engaging in a relaxed muscle body and long extended exhalations. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it out. I would like to run through several exercises of self-regulation where you can experience it and where you can notice the shift in your body, right? And for most of us, engaging in a practice of self-regulation, one that's ongoing. It may look like self-regulating every hour of the day for some of us, or at times it may be every 30 minutes or every 15 minutes or even every 5 minutes. But each time we engage in self-regulation, right? Each time we use one of these exercises of self-regulation, our stress response is down-regulating, right? And we're able to move from the right-hand side of the Yerkes dots into the left-hand side. We're able to move our physiological state from one of being activated and stressed to one of being in calm and socially engaged. The first self-regulation exercise that I would like to demonstrate is called the wet noodle. When we do the wet noodle, what I'm going to do is I'm going to count from 1 to 5, and starting from the top of our head, we're scanning our body for any tense muscles and we're releasing it, and we move all the way down till our toes, and then we reverse back up. So please join me in doing that now. You can choose to close your eyes or not, whatever is comfortable, and let's give it a go. So starting from the top of our head, 1, scanning and noticing any tension in our facial muscles, right, our neck. 2, shoulders, releasing, scanning. 3, our pelvic floor, noticing any tension and relaxing. 4, our legs. 5, ankles, toes, noticing, relaxing. And now we go back up. 4, our legs, noticing any tension, relaxing. 3, pelvic floor, relaxing. 2, shoulders, scanning and relaxing. And 1. And when you are ready, you can open your eyes and notice what happens in your body. Right? And we cannot be on the right-hand side, right, in a stressed muscle body at the same time then we're on the left-hand side of the Yerkes dots. And you can't be hanging out in both places at the same time. So either we're in an activated stress body, or we're in a relaxed state. And what happens is that self-regulation, right, the ability to be able to self-regulate, is seen as the antidote for stress and an activated fight and flight response. The second self-regulation exercise is called the pelvic floor relaxation. And what's important about the pelvic floor relaxation is that our pelvic floor is connected to the vagus nerve, which starts at our brainstem, runs all the way down till the tip of our spine, and is connected to every major organ in our body. So when we relax our pelvic floor, we're sending relaxation throughout our body. And the way to do the pelvic floor exercises is It's in essence the opposite of the Kegel exercises. When we do Kegel exercise, we're tightening and pulling our pelvic floor inward and upward. When we're doing pelvic floor relaxation, we're doing the opposite effect of opening, widening, and expanding and softening our pelvic floor. So let's go ahead and try it out. Once again, you can choose to close your eyes or not. Experience relaxing the pelvic floor muscles. Notice what happens in your body. Perhaps notice the shift. The third self-regulation exercise is diaphragmatic breathing. When we engage in diaphragmatic breathing, we put our hands behind our head, opening up our chest, opening up our airways, filling up our belly with our breath, and followed by a long extended exhalation. Again, taking a deep breath into your belly, followed by a long, deep exhalation. 30 seconds of self-regulation gives you back a comfortable body, one that's free of the symptoms of toxic stress. And if we keep at it, our prefrontal cortex comes online. Now we have the ability to choose how we want to be in the face of adversity. We also have the capacity to engage with others and to reach out for support and co-regulation. Co-regulation is another form of self-regulation, right? When we interact with another person that's in a calm and in a grounded space, that will create, or that will cause our nervous system to downregulate, right? It creates a resonance. One nervous system will mirror the state of another nervous system. The archetype of co-regulation is when a mother soothes a distressed baby. Mother will rock the baby. She'll speak to the baby in a melodic voice. This not only causes the baby's stress response to calm down, but it also teaches the baby's nervous system how to downregulate. So co-regulation is when we give and receive cues of safety with one another. And the practical way of doing that is having face-to-face contact, showing up with soft facial muscles, soft eyes, relaxed muscle body, using a soothing tone of voice. Other ways of co-regulating is singing together or reciprocal play, right? That will also send signals of safety and connection, and will cause our nervous system to downregulate it. We'll put a brake on our stress response. The biggest gift we can offer loved ones, whether it's a child, a partner, a friend who's in a state of anxiety or in deep distress, is by giving them cues of safety, is by showing up self-regulated, is by being able to co-regulate with them, and in essence sending their nervous system cues of safety, of connection, right? And this is the bedrock of resiliency. Because now we have the ability to face our stresses and adversity in a calm body, and we also have the full access of our prefrontal cortex. And B, we have the capacity to create a safe base for ourselves and for others through co-regulation. And the truth is that we all need a safe base, whether it's a spouse, a parent, a friend, or a sibling, where we can turn to anchor in a felt sense of safety, because this is what gives us the courage to go out there and deal with the daily stresses, blows, or adversities in our lives. So let the healing begin with us. Let us engage in a practice of self-regulation. Let us create safety for ourselves. That will enable us to be able to pass that on to our children, to co-regulate with our children and to others. After all, that's what enables us to be resilient, right? That's what enables us to bounce back and to live a fulfilling lives regardless of what's happening in our environment. Thank you. I just want to add by saying that if you found any of the information in this presentation helpful and would like to deepen and expand this process, I would strongly encourage you to check out forward-facing.com, where there is a lot of resources for you to explore and to make use of.
I am so honored to be part of this incredible and vital initiative, to be part of the Mental Health Awareness Day for the Australian Jewish community. I feel privileged and honored to have been invited to be here with you, so many of my dear friends and brothers and sisters in this extraordinary, glorious Jewish community of Australia, to discuss this vital and critical topic. And let me begin with a story that was once shared by a close friend of our family. He was a close friend of my father, the very famous Nobel Prize laureate, the late Elie Wiesel, Professor Eliezer Wiesel of blessed memory, who was a survivor of Auschwitz and Buchenwald. And he once shared, he was born and he grew up in a city called Sighet. He said he had a friend, a youth, who was one of those mavakshim, one of those spiritual seekers, an existentialist soul who was always asking questions like, why was I born, and why are we here, and what's the meaning and purpose and destination of existence? And every sage and rabbi and scholar who would come to town, this youth would always confront him and say, please help me understand the mystery of life. What is my purpose? Why was I born? Why did God create the world? Why is there a need for existence? These questions simply did not let this young man rest. And one day, a great rabbi, a great spiritual master, a great Rebbe came to town to Sighet, and of course this youngster came and said, Rebbe, please answer this question. For years I've been looking for an answer. Why? Why did God create us? Why am I here? What's the purpose of life? And the spiritual master looked at him, smacked him in his face. He said, Rebbe, master, what did I do wrong? Why are you slapping me? I'm just looking for an answer to this great question. And this master looks at him and says, why do you want to ruin such a good question with some superficial answer? You know, it's the answers that divide us. It's the questions that unite us. The story may have many layers, but let me tell you one aspect that I took out of the story. We become most united in our vulnerability, in our questions, in the awareness that we don't know, that we have so much to learn and discover, and that we're all weak and mortal and frail and mushy, and we've all made mistakes, and we all make mistakes. I was once attending a 12-step program for addicts who were in recovery. And the atmosphere was incredibly inspiring. And one of the addicts, he asked me, he says, Rabbi Jacobson, why is it that at these recovery meetings I always feel the presence of spirituality and God in such an intense way? And I said, you know, the Kotzker Rebbe once asked his disciples, where is God? And they said, oh, everywhere. He said, nah. God is wherever you let him in. Which means, of course, God is everywhere, but where can I experience God? Only in those places where I let him in. And where and how do I let him in? And the answer is when I suspend my ego, when I suspend my fakeness, my superficiality, when I don't have to hide behind emotional and psychological defenses, when I can be real, raw, vulnerable, naked, authentic, when we as a community can be vulnerable, can be real, when we can expose our weaknesses, our flaws, our failures, our mistakes, and the fact that all of us are searching. All of us have questions. None of us know all the answers. None of us can wrap our brains around all of reality, which is mysterious in its infinite grandeur and in its profound layers of meaning that defy human finite imagination and comprehensibility. And I looked at this person and I said, every person sitting here in this meeting has destroyed his or her life. Their lives have been shattered in one way or another. There's no ego here. There's no arrogance. There's no haughtiness. There's no superiority complex of holier than thou or better than thou. There are humble people who are open. Their hearts are open. And that's where you'll always find God. Because the greatest obstacle, the greatest blockage to the presence of infinity is the fakeness, the egotism, the foolish arrogance, the superficiality, the making believe, that I have it figured out. The inability just to be real, just to be vulnerable, just to be raw. Because when I get rid of that superficiality, my true soul can emerge. The inner presence of life can emerge. And that's where we become one. We, the Jewish people, have created amazing communities in the last half a century, in the last century. Take a look at Australia. Every time I had the privilege of visiting Australia before Corona, I visited quite a few times. I always came home enthralled, inspired to see what your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents, what you have accomplished over the last 70, 80 years as the Holocaust survivors began settling Australia and built such amazing families and such incredible communities and such a powerful and beautiful and glorious infrastructure. All types of institutions there for people. Social institutions and religious institutions, educational institutions, institutions that are dedicated to Jewish continuity and to Israel and to Jewish pride and to Jewish dignity. It's really incredible and amazing. And look what the Jewish people have accomplished in Israel and in America and all over the diaspora communities. But there's something else we have to tackle. It's called denial. Denial is not only a river in Egypt, it's part of people's lives. It's hard for us to face our vulnerabilities, and there's a reason for it. We perhaps have felt that our main focus has to be building and rebuilding and making sure those communities are strong, and we did not want to expose to ourselves or to others the many vulnerabilities. Maybe we felt guilty. We felt that this will destroy that which has been built with so much blood and sweat, tears and sacrifice. We have to create perfect families and perfect communities, and if you dare expose our vulnerabilities and make breaches in our fortresses, we will destroy you. So a lot of things we shoved under the rug. I'm not judging anybody. I'm explaining that there may have actually been idealistic reasons for this. And you know what? There may be something else as well. So many of our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents have suffered so much. We simply didn't have the resilience to be able to address all of our traumas and all of our wounds. The commandment became rebuild, get married, create a beautiful family, be successful, make money, contribute. And it's amazing. Look at the miracle. We are here. They have chosen life instead of death, continuity instead of stagnation, family instead of isolation, community instead of detachment. That's incredibly inspiring. But there's one more frontier to confront, and that is our inner state, our inner consciousness, our inner emotional well-being. And that's why such conferences are so important, so vital, and so critical, because too many of us have suffered in silence for too long. And I think we need to open ourselves up to a new conversation. That new conversation is happening slowly, but we need to embrace it with more courage, with more dignity, and with more compassion. The first thing is we have to be able to talk about things that we were not comfortable talking about. We were not comfortable talking about mental illness. There's a stigma. We were not comfortable talking about so many of us dealing and suffering from depression, from anxiety, from codependency, from a negative self-image, addiction, drugs, overdose, suicide. The inner conversation of what stress is doing to us, to our nervous system, of unresolved wounds, especially abuse, trauma, molestation, rape. All of these things that it felt much better to say these things are not really rampant in our communities. We need to talk about it. We must talk about it. Too many people have died. Too many people have overdosed. Too many people are suffering, and suffering without support. We need to transcend the stigma of this conversation. You know, all of us know how to empathize, accept, respect, honor, love patients who are physically ill. We go out of our way. There's no community in the world like the Jewish people when it comes to visiting the sick, supporting the sick, helping the sick and their families. But when it comes to a different type of illness, when it comes to emotional illness, mental illness, many of us shut down. People who struggle with mental challenges, chemical disorders, depression, all forms of mental illness, and all forms of trauma, which express themselves in so many different ways, from psychosis to bipolar disorder to borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, depression, terrible stress and anxiety in all forms of manifestations. Many of these people feel that if anyone finds out the truth about them, they will be shunned. They don't even tell the truth to themselves. And conversation is so important. Exposure is so important in the sense that I can talk about my emotions. I could find connection within my reality. But they feel they can't talk to anyone. They are frightened. They are alone. Nobody will lend them an ear or a heart. Nobody will be here for them. So in so many people's minds, we blame them for their problems. One boy suffering from a mental illness once told me, he said, my father told me the other day, just snap out of your issues and get back to normal living. Enough with your drama. This is tragic. People don't choose these types of challenges. They are a result of God's choices, not people's choices. And what people need most is the feeling that they are not victims of the devil, destined to live a miserable life. They are powerful neshamas. They are powerful souls that can bring in light into the abyss of darkness. Our profound acceptance, respect, and affection for a struggling person helps the person empower himself or herself and see themselves from another vantage point. I heard the following episode from the person it happened to. There was a young woman struggling with very deep mental anguish and mental anxiety and was diagnosed as mentally ill. She was suicidal and she attempted a few times to kill herself. After a long ordeal and hospitalization and much advice from the Lubavitcher Rebbe, her mother went to visit the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and he thanked him for schlepping her out of her deep darkness. The Rebbe responded, she was not in a dark place where I needed to take her out from. She was in no dark place that I needed to take her out from. When she left the hospital, the Rebbe wrote to her, from now on, you should continue to serve God with joy and with a full, vibrant heart. Trust me, the Rebbe knew very well the seriousness of her condition. He was deeply involved in the whole process, even in the electric shock treatment that was given to her. But I think the Rebbe was attempting to give her the feeling that he's never going to look at her as this dark, scary soul. You know, I have to avert my gaze from you because you're from the weird ones and you freak me out. You make me feel queasy and creepy. He will look at her forever as a shining light of Hashem, as an ambassador of the divine in this world, who was sent down to this world with infinite power and fortitude, and was sent into a very deep place of darkness in order to reveal God's light there. The Rebbe reminded this woman that she is an ambassador of God, not a victim of the devil. What a gift! That's why he told her mother she was in no dark place from which I had to take her out. He didn't want her to see herself as the embodiment of darkness. Yes, she struggled with darkness. Yes, darkness existed in her system. But that's not who she was. She's not a piece of darkness. She's a piece of light. A soul is called a chelik elokamimal. It's a piece of infinite light. The body as well is godly. You are larger than your trauma. You are larger than your darkness. You are larger than your anguish. You are larger than your mental challenges. You can contain it. You can make space for it. Until today, I want to tell you, this woman has many challenges, but she lives with a deep sense of purpose and joy and inner dignity. It's amazing. This is not about denial. It's not about being naive. On the contrary, this comes from a broad and truly deep and divine perspective. I don't run away from trauma. I don't run away from pain. I don't run away from mental illness. I have the courage to look at it in the eyes and to see the pure light of these souls struggling with something they did not choose. We, all of us, parents, educators, teachers, rabbis, spiritual leaders, laymen, laywomen, all of us need to enhance our paradigms. We have to become aware of people's issues, and we have to be able to talk about it with honesty, with authenticity. Talk about it to ourselves. Talk about it to professionals. Talk about it to loved ones and with loved ones. It's fascinating. I always tell my students, what's the first thing the Torah says is not good? It's not good. You would think the Torah would say, murder is not good, right? Stealing, promiscuity, adultery, paganism, idolatry. Yeah, these are all not good things. But what's the first thing the Torah says is not good? You know, if you read Genesis, the story of creation is always about God saying, this is good, this is good, this is good. Every day when he finishes creating those creations that were created that day, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, he says, God saw what he did, it was good, it was good, it was good. Everything is good, it's beautiful, it's a beautiful world we live in. But then the Torah says, Loi tov, the first thing that's not good. God says, Loi tov heyois ha'adam levadoi. It's not good for a human being to be alone. Today we call it attachment disorder. We need attachment. We need connection. It's not good for people to be alone. It's not good for teenagers to be alone. It's not good for children to be alone. It's not good for young adults to be alone. It's not good for middle-aged or the elderly to be alone. And the first thing that takes us out of solitariness and loneliness is relationships, communication, openness. I could be present with my real self, and you can be present with your real self, and we can be vulnerable together because it's the answers that divide us, it's the questions that unite us. Which brings us to a second point. Parents, educators, teachers, pedagogues, mentors, leaders, and every father and mother have to be attuned to what their children and students need today based on who they are at this moment. Don't try to create a child who will make you look good and make you feel nachas and make you feel proud. Don't try to force your child to look good so that everything appears normal in the family and everything appears perfect. Don't allow yourself to surrender to that type of superficiality. My goal is to allow my child to discover his or her own depth, his or her own soul, his or her own beauty, their creativity, and their own intimate relationship with God. I want to make my child believe that he or she is more powerful than all of his or her trauma. They may have chains, but their souls and willpower are more potent than the chains that life placed upon them. How do you give youngsters this type of confidence, this type of power? By loving them unconditionally and by being proud of them. By making them feel and understand how valuable they are to you, to God, of how much God believes in them, even when they don't believe in themselves, of how awesome and perfect and beautiful they are in the core of their being that nobody can take away. And seeing that beauty in them presently in their journey. We need to show our children and teach them by example. They don't have to fear their own challenges because we don't fear them. They can talk about it, they can look at it, they can share it with us. Never allow your children's choices, your teenagers' choices, young adult choices, to be seen as a personal affront to you. Don't take them personal, and never ever sever the relationship. Keep the bonds as strong as ever, and if your child is struggling, you need to become closer to them and more connected to them. Talk to experts who will help you, but only experts who believe in these children and will help you connect with them in a deeper way. Stop trying to make your child fit in, and do not worry about what relatives who are clueless are going to say, or what this one is going to say, or this one is going to say. Think about one thing and one thing only. What do I need to do for this child, for this teenager to be able to flourish and to be able to blossom and to be able to maximize his or her glorious potential and to be able to get in touch with their infinite dignity, to feel wanted, loved, cherished, accomplished, and most importantly, feel connection. The antithesis of addiction, scientists say, is not sobriety. The antithesis of addiction is connection. Never lose the connection. Never. Sometimes you may say, it's too painful. It's too painful. Just get out of my life. Friends, the pain of losing a relationship with your child is infinitely more than any of the pain they may cause you because of their choices that are difficult for you to look at. We have to go through a paradigm shift here as well. So many of us operate from an external level. I get upset at my child, and I say I'm upset at my child. What's really upsetting me is that my child did not live up to my expectations. My child is making me look bad. I know it's not easy to admit, but go deep inside of yourself and ask yourself, do you think this child chose this path? Every child wants to be close to their parents. Every child wants to emulate their parents. Every child wants to be the pride and joy of their parents. The child is struggling, but I don't look good. And what are my neighbors going to say? And what is my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, my uncle, my aunt, my rabbi, this one, that one? And we get stuck in that superficiality and that falsehood. And we make decisions from that place. And there is genuine pain that one has to acknowledge. Dreams that may have been shattered. Expectations that may have not been met. Things that I really hoped for and I aspired that may not be happening. And that pain you need to acknowledge. You need to have a support system. You need to have somebody that you can sob to about it. It's not easy. These are things we have to acknowledge and feel in our body and feel in our mind and feel in our soul. But don't let the pain eclipse your vision. And don't turn the pain into something idealistic to say, oh, it's not personal. I'm busy fighting for truth, for God. We have to acknowledge and realize that sometimes it's about my own personal grief. I was let down. I had a dream, it was not met, and it's hard. But now I have to ask myself, what does this child need? Ask not what your child can do for you. Ask what you can do for your child. Ask not always what God can do for you. Ask what you can do for God. And my mission here is to be here for this boy and girl to the best of my ability. And it's that type of conversation, that type of perspective that helps bring out the best in them. When you believe in them, they can believe in themselves. But for this, I have to transcend my ego. I have to transcend my trauma. I have to transcend my comfort zone. And be able to ask not what he can do for me, or what she can do for me, but what I can do for them. And finally, we must talk to our children. We must talk to our students, and more importantly, we have to listen to them constantly. We have to talk to them about the dangers of abuse of all forms. Always communicate with them, watch them, listen to them, be attentive to their state of mind and heart from the youngest age, and build unshakable bonds of trust with them. We need in our schools and in our homes conversations about self-regulation, about wounds, about emotional challenges, about meditative techniques or mindfulness techniques, spirituality, prayer, connection to God, connection to your soul, that helps you embrace what is happening in your mind. You know, today we live in a generation, information is everywhere and it's accessible everywhere. The greatest gift of education is to teach a child who he is, who she is, and how I could master my life, how I could become the person I was destined to become, how I could polish my diamond so that it should cast its light on the planet, how I can live up to my true inner calling as an ambassador of God in this world, an ambassador of love and light and hope and healing and authenticity and wisdom and redemption. Never can we allow any of our teenagers feel like outcasts. Don't make ever can a student feel like an outcast, like a loser, like a failure, like a disappointment. Believe in them, because God believes in them, because every one of them is of infinite value. It's true, it's authentic, and if I don't see it, the problem is with my eyes, it's not with them. I need to grow, I need to become humble, I need to learn about God. See each one of them as a particle of the divine, as a particle of holiness, as a fragment of God, as rays of infinity. Make them all feel welcome and embraced and loved. And don't be afraid of their darkness. God is not, because he sent them into it in order to transform the darkness into light. Don't be afraid of their darkness. And the only way you won't be afraid of their darkness is if you won't be afraid of your own darkness. Have compassion for your darkness so you can have compassion for theirs, and then empower them to be able to confront it with your love and with your pride and with your attachment. Friends, I'm sitting here in New York, I'm looking out the windows, a big snow. So I'll tell you a little snow story. You know, on our roads and our highways in the winter, they're often covered with many inches, sometimes feet of snow. So there's always salting going on, right? They're always salting the roads and the highways so that everybody could drive, and the sidewalks everybody could walk. It's part of what the city does. There's a problem with much salt. the roads, the tar and the roads begin to corrode. So after snowstorms, you see ditches, different roads, different highways. So there's once a highway, a very used highway here, and cars driving there all day and all night, but there was a huge ditch as a result of all the snow and all the salting, and the vehicles were falling into that ditch. So they all learned to bypass the ditch, and then the city one day sent a construction worker with his pickup truck to go to the ditch and fill it, fix it, repair it. And this fellow was driving with his fellow passenger who was there to assist him, and he comes to the highway and he sees all the cars, bypassing the ditch, and he just follows their trajectory, he follows their course, and he also starts bypassing it. And his friend looks at him and says, "Chacham, you wise person, you don't bypass it. You were sent here to stop here and fix it and fill it." It's a metaphor for life. All of us have ditches in our lives, in our hearts. We have holes in our hearts, in our homes, in our families, in our marriages, in our relationships, in our schools, in our communities. And our natural tendency is just drive around it, ignore it. The main thing is don't go over it, because you're going to fall right there. Don't let yourself fall into it. Just move around. But friends, if this is my ditch, I was sent here not to run away from it, to fill it, to bring light into it, to bring awareness into it, to bring compassion into it, to help fill it. This is why my soul came into the world. Don't be afraid of the darkness that you encounter in your life. Don't be afraid of the mental challenges, of the anxiety, of the depression, of the various issues that we struggle with in ourselves, in our marriages, in our families, in our children, in our schools. If there's a ditch that you encounter, it's because God sent your soul down here with the resources to be able to help, to be able to give it hope, to be able to bring dignity to it. Don't just drive around it. Look at it and fill it with the light that has been entrusted to your soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Chaim and the Sydney Shul, for the invitation and the opportunity to talk about a very painful but very important topic. Simply, sanity. How do we stay sane? How do we stay healthy in our minds and in our hearts? So let's begin with a brief analysis of all the things that make us crazy. What are the things that psychiatrists treat in the average human being? 99 out of 100 patients. You would think that there are hundreds of various traumas, issues, psychological damages, but there aren't that many. In fact, you can count them all on one hand. There's a medical theory that says the following: all the problems that a human being can suffer from that could cause depression can be counted on one hand. Just five. 5 emotional issues that will make or break a human being. Those 5 are worry, fear, anger, shame, and trying to be something you're not. That's it. Pretty much we've described all the traumas that human beings suffer from. We are either terribly humiliated, or we're terribly angry, or very frightened, or totally insecure and worried, confused, which results in our trying our best to pretend some fake persona that we think gives a good impression. The fact is that you can count these 5 issues on your 5 fingers because the fingers actually match the emotion. So it's summed up in 5 letters: W-F-A-S-T. W, fast. The thumb is the W, the finger is the F, the second finger is the A, the third finger is the S, and the pinky is the T. So let's start with the thumb. The thumb is the W, which stands for worry. Worry means anxiety, insecurity, uncertainty. It's different from fear. Fear is a known entity. I'm afraid of something. Worry means I don't even know what to be afraid of because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm insecure. So worry is the thumb because when a person is immature and insecure, they suck their thumb. Children suck their thumb because it calms their worries, their insecurity. The pointer finger is the F, which stands for fear. When you want to intimidate someone, you want to frighten someone, you wag your finger at them. You point the finger. Scary. It's meant to intimidate. The next finger is anger. And of course, it is used to express anger, as we all know. The third finger is the weakest of all the fingers. You know, if you go to a beautician and they're applying some kind of a cream to the delicate areas of your face, they dab it on with the ring finger. It's the only thing you use your ring finger for, other than putting a ring on it. And that's because it's the weakest finger, and therefore the most gentle. You can't use that finger by itself. You can try, but it won't work. All the other fingers have some function on their own. But the ring finger has absolutely no function by itself. So that is the S, which stands for shame, humiliation, or humility. It's the humblest of the fingers. And then, of course, there's the pinky, which is trying to make a good impression. When you want to come across as sophisticated, you extend your little finger, which shows that you're special. So, those are the 5 issues. We can actually sum it up and reduce it down to even more basic and fewer issues, and that is fear and shame. What else destroys people? You intimidate somebody, you create fear, you've crippled the person. If you humiliate a person, literally, at least for the moment, they wish they were dead. It's that devastating. In fact, they say that the biggest fear, the greatest of fears that the average human being has is the fear of public speaking. Greater than the fear of dying. Which, as one comedian says, that's why if you have to be at a funeral, you'd rather be in the casket than giving the eulogy. Why is public speaking so scary? Because you could humiliate yourself. You could make a fool of yourself. Hard to do when you're dead. So we see that the fear is the fear of humiliation. That could be our biggest fear. So bottom line, what is it that will depress us? Humiliation. When we feel useless, that is the worst thing in the world. The cause of many of our depressions. Now, when something happens that we call embarrassing, shameful, there are two ways we can respond to it. One is by being humiliated. My ego is completely squashed, reduced to ashes, and I can't show my face again in public. And then life is not livable. Or I can use the event, the experience, to admit my humble status. A human being. Human beings are frail. Just a quick example, you're walking down the street, a lot of people in the street, and you slip on a banana peel and you fall on your back and your face. Embarrassing, everybody's laughing, having a good time at your expense. Now, you can either be humiliated and wish you were dead, or you can laugh with them because look at what a human being is. Here I was off to an important meeting thinking that I am so important. I am such a great person. I am going to make such a huge difference. And then I slip on a banana peel and I reduced to nothing by a banana peel. Isn't it strange to be a human being? From the greatest heights to the lowest low in a second. And over what? A banana peel. So what did the banana peel do? Humiliate me or humble me? If I take it very personally, as if I'm the only one who ever slipped on a banana peel, then I will be humiliated. If I recognize it as simply the frail conditions of the human being, then it's laughable, it's funny about the human condition. It doesn't say anything special about me. I'm not any more or less human than everybody else. And the same with all other embarrassing experiences. It can humiliate me or it can humble me. What is the trick? Enlarge the picture. It's not just about you. You are a perfect, typical representative of the human race. And whatever happens to you happens to everybody. And so this is just another symptom of being human, which is humbling, not humiliating. So if we could arrange within our own thinking the awareness that shame is our big enemy, it's very toxic, dangerous for the heart and soul, and that in order to avoid it, we have the option. Think about yourself as an exception, and that will make it humiliating, or extend it or expand it to all human beings and let it humble you properly. Not only aren't you damaged, you're actually stronger and wiser than a moment before. How do we do this? We need to raise our children, and by extension ourselves as well. It's never too late. to not take themselves so seriously, meaning their feelings. What you take seriously are your standards, your beliefs, your moral code, your ethical code. What do you stand for? What are you committed to? What is your life goal? These are very serious issues. They make a big difference. But the me, my pride, my ego, my personal successes, not so important. Tiny in the big picture of things. Particularly feelings. Don't believe everything you feel. Don't believe everything you feel. AA has that slogan. Feelings need to be judged. Feelings need to be approved or rejected. A feeling is not a conclusion. A feeling is actually a question. If I feel like doing something, then I have a question. Should I or shouldn't I? If I don't feel anything, I have no questions. So to understand feelings properly, feelings represent a possibility. If I have no interest in going to the park, then I don't think about going to the park. When I feel like going to the park, now going is a question. Is today a good day? Do I have time for it? Is it raining? Is it going to rain? The mosquito's terrible. But it's not wanting to go doesn't mean I'm going. It means there is something to talk about. And I could have some very logical and reasonable and important reasons not to go. So I think about it, I talk about it, and I decide to go or not to go. That is the question. But the fact that I feel like going, that doesn't answer the question. That creates the question. So I want to do something nasty to somebody else. I'm angry, I'm jealous, whatever it is. I feel like doing something nasty. Okay. That's the feeling. Now, who makes the decision? A decision needs to be made here. A feeling is not a decision. So if we can teach our children, feelings are not conclusions. You can feel many things, but that doesn't mean you know what to do. The me monster. Today we suffer from it terribly. But I want, but I don't like. But what about me? It's so crippling. It becomes so toxic that we can't stand it anymore ourselves. Which is what I think people mean when they say, leave me alone. It's not that they want to be alone, because when they're alone, they complain that they're lonely. Leave me alone. Leave the me out of it. Give the me a break. Stop with the me. Talk about something important. Give me some important information. Out there in the world, beyond the me, what's important? What's beautiful? What's necessary? What's admirable? What's holy? But get me away from me, because I'm drowning in it. It's become distasteful. Too much. And not even too much of a good thing. It's just too much. Children are born completely absorbed obsessed with the me. The infant knows only itself, its comfort and discomfort, its hunger and its thirst. That's it. Nothing else is real. It's only about me. My mother exists, but that's just an extension of me. She's the one who gets me what I need. Growing up and maturing means the ability to look past the me, to see other people, their needs, their aches and pains that are just as real as mine. That is the maturing process. So helping children mature, helping children grow. What are you growing? From small to big, that will happen without your help. Helping children grow means you help them mature away from themselves into the bigger world, into the ultimate issues, into the purpose of life itself. That's called growing. Not what do I want, but why. Not this is me, get out of my way, but what was I born for, and how can I fulfill the purpose for which I exist? Which leads us to the third subject, and that is the justification for life itself. Why am I here? We all have a sense of destiny, of purpose. We're always asking, what is the purpose of life? Why am I here? I didn't ask to be born. Every human being ponders these questions at some point in life. Actually, the younger, the better. The earlier we get answers to these questions, the more meaningful our lives can become. So the question of why am I here, not what am I here for. What am I here for? To eat, drink, and be merry, and to become more popular and more powerful than anybody around me, so that way I feel solid and secure, which of course never works. The most famous, the most rich, and the most popular are the most insecure, because they never got an answer to the why. What is good? What is right? What is wrong? What is beautiful? What is ugly? What? If I don't know that, I don't know what to do with myself. In my attempt to get past the me monster, I don't know where to go. What is valid outside of me? What is more important than me? What is more significant than me? I don't know. I'm sure there is something, but no one ever told me what that is. So I'm never sure. Now, there's a joke about the boy who said, "Today I did a very good deed. I helped an older woman cross the street. And it wasn't easy, because she didn't want to go. I had to drag her. So did I do a good deed? Well, helping an old woman across the street. The ultimate good deed. Not always. So, do I really know what is good? So when I want to be good, what do I do? By the same token, when I'm in a bad mood and I want to do something really bad, what's really bad? Whatever people don't like. It's vague. It's not solid. We need to have certain absolute certainties. We can't live a life where everything is doubtful, everything is questionable. We've tried that for many years. The result is now we don't even know whether we're male or female. The doubts have extended to even the facts of life. Yes, I want to follow the science. I'm not even sure what science is anymore. Too many doubts. Life has become much too slippery, elusive, tenuous. Can't get a grip on it. So, in order to have a healthy mind and heart, we have to have certain certainties where I know without a doubt, if I do this, it's good. If I do that, it's bad. Like the simple, unadorned instructions of the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not. That's it. No doubts, no vagaries. Thou shalt not. What part of not don't you understand? Honor your parents. Not maybe, not sometimes. Honoring your parents is always good, right, holy, and true. Remember the Shabbos. Nothing vague about it. Of course, the details have to be studied and have to be memorized, but the language is so simple, declarative. This is right, this is wrong. So God is doing us a huge favor by taking away the uncertainties. And people mistakenly and foolishly say, I should just follow those rules like a robot. Actually, if you don't have rules, then you're going to react and behave based on impulse and instinct. Now you're a real robot. You're not thinking at all. You're just reacting. So when you choose your values, when you choose your lifestyle of right and wrong, good and bad, noble and embarrassing, now you're a thinking human being. And the final necessary ingredient in our very survival, emotionally and mentally, is knowing that God runs the world. See, every time we try to run the world, it's been a disaster. It's too big a job, even for the collective human effort, even if we could cooperate and get together on a huge project. It's too human, and the job is too big. Thinking that the world is out of control is immediately depressing. Instant depression. Out of control, meaningless, senseless, this the human being cannot tolerate at all. That's what makes us human. Human beings need to make sense of things. Things have to have reason and rhyme and purpose. If I get the impression that life is just a toss of the dice, I can't. The brain just explodes. This can't be. It destroys my humanity. So I need to know that things happen for a reason, for a purpose, a constructive purpose, even when I don't see it. So I don't need to know what the purpose is. I just need to know without a doubt that nothing ever is going to happen unless it is called to happen. So if you read the description of creation, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. It's telling us everything we need to know about the world and about life itself. When God says, "Let there be light," then there is light. When God doesn't say, "Let there be light," then there is no light. Meaning there can't be light. Because if God didn't say, "Let there be light," where did it come from? Another creator? We're having enough trouble with one. Don't give me two creators. That's Greek mythology. The good God, the bad God. There's only one God, which means there's only one cause that causes everything, because there's no other cause. So whatever happens is caused by God, and if it's caused by God, then it is part of creation, not destruction. That is not a religious principle. That is an essential, indispensable ingredient in sanity. Because it's true, and we have a sense, an intuitive awareness of that truth. And then the rest is commentary. So these are the ingredients that would keep us healthy. To know that nothing is by accident, nothing is senseless other than human beings in our choices and in our silliness. But the world, it's God's world. So a person who is depressed, God created depression. Didn't come out of nowhere. So depression itself also has a purpose. Depression, like any illness, is something we are supposed to eradicate from the earth. Elevating, fixing, perfecting the world means get rid of all the negative stuff, including diseases. Depression is an unhealthy, unholy thing that we are supposed to eliminate and eradicate from the world. How are we going to do this if we never get depressed? So the person who is depressed, in some way similar to a person who is suffering from cancer, God forbid. What is the objective? Find a cure. Heal it. Fight it off. Weaken it by resisting it. And every time you resist, it becomes weaker. So everyone in history who has ever fought off a depression, who has ever resisted a depression, or even some part of the depression, I don't feel like getting out of bed today, but I do. That is a victory for the world. Because we are each a little slice of the world, and whatever happens to us is happening to the world. We are the world. Where did I hear that? We are the world. The way we go, the world goes. The way we choose to behave, that's the result that the world is going to get from our choices. So, nothing is by accident. Every feeling, every experience, there's a reason. And if we use our heads and we follow the instructions of the Torah, we can turn every negative feeling, every negative experience into something marvelously positive, and certainly enjoy to the maximum those things that are already positive. So be a healthy person. Know that you are a representative of the human race. You are not the only one who ever slipped on a banana peel. Think of the collective, not just of yourself. We're all in the same boat together, and if I'm a little stronger, then the world is a little stronger. If I'm a little weaker, the world's a little weaker. But if I think only of myself, it's going to be depressing. Because your soul is much bigger than yourself. It takes a responsibility for the world as a member of the world, nations of the world. So think big, not small. Thinking small leads to depression. So if we can all get a little ambitious and say, what can I do to help the world? In my condition, not by becoming somebody else. In my condition, with my challenges and with my limited abilities, how do I make the world better? It's so much more fun than making myself better. So have a little fun. Make the world a more godly place, a place where negative stuff doesn't have the power to derail people from their purpose. So even if you don't feel like doing the right thing, you do it anyway. Chalk one up for the Creator. This is not for me. This is for the Creator of the world, who has a purpose, who has a plan, who has a vision of what the world is supposed to be, and is depending on us to make it happen. Thank you very much, Synagogue of Sydney, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, at least one, maybe the only one, but yeah, enjoy what God gives you, make the maximum use of it, and see what you can do to make this messed up little world into something more magnificent.
Today I'm going to be talking about mental health. Now, mental health is a huge topic, and when Rabbi Levy asked me to speak about it, he gave me 25 minutes to cover all kinds of things. And that's a huge challenge because never before has mental health been at the forefront of so many people's lives. In the past, we knew of people who suffered from mental health issues. Some of us might have suffered ourselves, but there was a large number of people who thought it had nothing to do with them. But more and more mental health issues have crept into every one of our families. So I've been thinking about what could I say that's really going to be meaningful in these 25 minutes. Because it's one thing to have some ideas, but it's something else to give it to you in a way that is going to make a change. Just even if it's a small change, I do want to open up your minds to some ideas today. Now, the first idea I want to really talk about is to really see mental health in a different way to the way it's been seen for the last 50 years. For so long, it's been stigmatized. It was a secret. I remember the days, not only in the 1970s, even in the 1990s, where people would ask me, should they tell someone they're dating that they're on antidepressants? There's been so much shame around mental health issues. And perhaps part of that shame has been because in previous times, psychoanalysis always focused on mothering and parenting, and there was a lot of blame given to families for mental health issues. I want to assure you that today it's not like that anymore. There are very few psychologists or psychiatrists, I personally don't know any, who look at mental health issues that way. We know so much more about the brain, and we know that brain changes can take place at any time for all different types of reasons. Trauma, abuse, hormonal issues, changes in lifespan, transitions. There are hundreds of different reasons why mental health issues take place. So there's no blame game anymore, and it's very important that mental health issues become part of our everyday discussions. Now, maybe we should talk about it as health or wellness rather than this loaded word mental health issues. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. I was thinking about how much people share about their physical aches and pains. I think about myself when I go into work in the morning. I have a personal assistant, and when I walk in, I always check in with her. How are you feeling today? And sometimes she'll tell me, oh, I didn't sleep so well, or I have a bit of a tummy ache, or I think I'm getting flu. No shame, and we'll chat about it. Should she leave early? Is everything fine? And then I do the same. I might say to her, I also didn't sleep well, so if we get a cancellation today, rather don't fill it, I might have a little nap in that session. Or I might go, I've had a fabulous night, I'm full of so much energy, I don't mind working through my lunch hour. We talk about where we're at, and we talk about what we're feeling, and we check in with ourselves and with each other every day. So this is the first thing that I want to encourage you to do. Make it part of your everyday discussion and check in. How are you feeling today? Now, I'm not talking about over-exaggeration or hypervigilance. I'm just talking about, am I tired? Am I feeling a bit stretched? Am I feeling a bit strained? Do I need to do anything, like have a little nap at lunchtime that'll help me? What's going on for me? And be able to talk to each other about it. So it would be things like, I'm feeling a bit sad today, or I'm feeling a bit anxious about what's going on at work, or I'm worried about so-and-so, or I'm not able to keep up with my lessons. We should be able to talk about these things in the same way we'll talk about the fact that we've got some symptoms of the common cold. It should be part of how we are feeling so that we can not only do what we need to do to help ourselves, but that we can be there for each other in an ongoing way. Now, one of the reasons I've chosen a common cold is because if we're talking about wellness or mental issues, we live in a society where the medical model prevails. This is the Western society. Now, the medical model is a curative model. What it means is this: you get sick, you go to the doctor, and he's got to get you well. And the majority of times, doctors give medication. And I'm totally stereotyping. I know there are individual doctors who do it differently, but there isn't a lot of factors about lifestyle that people talk about. We wait until it's so bad, and then we try and fix it. Wellness involves prevention, and you can't prevent everything, and I'm not giving any guarantees. But there's no question that when we live a healthier lifestyle, things are easier and our bodies are better able to cope with what we need to cope with. So, for example, there are a lot of illnesses, diabetes is one of them, that can be quite well controlled by diet and exercise. And there are people who choose to go that route rather than immediately going onto insulin. Now, it's the same thing with mental wellness. If we're checking in, hopefully we can prevent things like burnout. Burnout is a common one. I deal with so many people on all levels, who, from the top CEO to everyday workers, who are burnt out. Even people who stay at home the last 2 years have burnt a lot of people out because people are pushing themselves without checking in daily. They're pushing and pushing, the grind, the hamster wheel, whatever you want to call it, Groundhog Day. And they're not noticing that they're sleeping badly, that they're crying easily, that they're losing their temper at the slightest thing. These are all signs of the beginning of burnout. When they arrive in my office, they are burnt out. They are broken. They cannot step back into work, even if that's at home. They cannot continue. You don't want to get to that point, and you don't want the people around you to get to that point. You want to be able to check in and go, got a bit of a sore throat, or whatever the equivalent is. I'm not concentrating as well. Why is that? What do I need to do right in the beginning, before I burn out, to change my lifestyle? I know some of you are going, oh, we can't change anything. To change my lifestyle or to look after myself in a different way. It's very, very important that you have daily check-ins without stigma. It's very important that you try and reduce or prevent injuries before they happen. And just the same analogy I can give with sports, as soon as you get a sore leg if you're running, you should stop. You should rest. You should put on a bandage. People who just push and push and push will have permanent damage to their legs. In all areas of our lives we do it, but we don't do it for ourselves. Now, why is that? I don't know all the reasons, but what I do know is that we actually, when I say we, a lot of people that I know, treat our dogs or our pets better than we treat ourselves. Just last week, but it's not the first time I've seen it, I will talk to people about exercise. Exercise is medicine. Exercise helps mood disorders. Exercise lowers anxiety. And people will say to me, I don't have any time to exercise. It's impossible. But they have a dog, and they walk their dog twice a day. They stroll their dog. They do whatever the dog needs to do, because the dog needs to walk. But for themselves, they can't take the time. They're very careful what the dog eats. If they think the dog's allergic to something, they'll be watching and making sure and doing whatever the dog. They'll take the dog for regular checkups. They'll give the dog supplements no matter what it costs. But for themselves, they can't do it. Often we like that. We'll do it for our pets, we'll do it for our children, but we don't do it for ourselves. So that's the second part. You really need to value yourself as much as you value everybody else. You know what to do because you do it for them. And why are you putting yourself second? Now, you're not doing anyone any favors by doing that, because at the end of the day, if you can't function well, you suffer, but everybody suffers. So looking after yourself is a primary thing, and it's nothing to do with being selfish. It's a basic human need and want. Now, many health disorders do come from not looking after ourselves. A lot of health disorders come from bad eating, which I'm not going to go into, but I do want to touch on sleep. Sleep and poor sleep is a big risk factor for mental health issues. And many people no longer have good night's sleeps. One of the things that is blamed is having a device. And many people tell me, anecdotally, that they don't go to sleep at a regular time at night because they can't put their phones down. Whether it's Facebook or YouTube or sending emails, it doesn't matter, but they can't switch it off. They then leave it on, and if it pings at 2 a.m., they're wide awake again. Sleep is intrinsic for our brains. It's vital that we get a good night's sleep. And it's again a basic that people are now ignoring when it is something we can do to help our mental health. So you need to check in. Am I getting a good night's sleep? Am I having enough sleep every night? Am I sleeping regularly? And if you're not, that is something that you do need to change or learn how to change. But notice that in the people around you as well. And role model it for the people around you. Very, very important that you look after your sleep. You also need to have enough social interaction. And I'm mentioning this up there with sleep because it's one of the biggest findings that's come out of all the isolation we've been through in the last 2 years with COVID. It's always been known that social interactions are vital for mental health and that isolation is crippling. But now there's so much data, how things have really escalated because so many people are isolated. It's very, very important that we interact with other people. And the reason is that we have a brain that we call is a social brain. And when I talk to you face to face, we get kicks, if you like, off each other's brain. We spark each other's brain. We set off neurochemicals that are good for both of us. And when we're isolated, we don't kick off those chemicals. and we often become depressed, lonely, paranoid, insecure. All kinds of things can happen. So isolation is really, really bad. So if you cannot see people face to face, use your devices and make FaceTime calls. Make sure you check in with somebody every day, that you have a chat with somebody every day, that you keep people in your life, and that you work on your relationships. There was actually a self-care professor who sent out a very simple thing actually for healthcare professionals like myself. And he spoke about the 3 R's. He spoke about rest and relationships and routine. These are key things to staying well. Rest means switching off. It doesn't mean lying on your bed and watching Facebook and feeling inadequate. It means learning to switch off in a good way. And we need to rest every day. It doesn't mean working like crazy for 6 weeks and then running away for the weekend. It means every day doing some breathing, doing some meditation, switching off in a way that we have a mental rest. It also means physical rest. It means that sometimes we don't do everything. We don't live in a perfect world, and we rather have a good night's sleep than scrub the kitchen floors. We do need to get enough rest for our bodies and our minds, which are one and which are connected, to function. We do, as I said, need relationships. So it's a very good time to work on relationships and to really make contact and keep contact with people in your life. And then the third thing are routines. Now, this is a very big thing that is supported by a lot of neuroscience. And there are a lot of books written about habits and mini habits and elastic habits. But the idea is that if you try to change your life in a major way, like if you're listening to me and going, it's all too much, you just need to choose one little thing and change that behavior. Make it a new mini habit. And the way our brains work is the more we do it, the more it becomes part of us. So driving is the example that's always given. When you first learned to drive, you had to concentrate on the steering wheel. If you had a manual, you had to, if anyone even knows what a manual is anymore, you had to think about which gear you were turning in, which the clutch, and you had to think. Once you've learned to drive, you don't think. You suddenly arrive at a place and go, oh, how did I get here? Now it's the same thing. Whatever it is you want to change in your life, if it's exercise, just start with one thing. Literally, just walk to the corner and back. And just start doing that every day. It takes 3 minutes. And once you've done that every day and you get used to walking every day, then you can increase it slowly. But the idea is to have little mini habits and build routines into your life. I gave a lot of talks and dealt with a lot of people during the COVID lockdowns. And this was the advice, that even if you lock down and at home, to have a routine, to wake up at the same time, to eat at regular times, to make time for exercise, to make time for creativity, to make time for learning. And when you have a routine, your brain works better, your neurotransmitters can kick in at the correct time. So not having a routine is really bad for mental health. Again, it doesn't cause every issue, but the other way around, it can prevent issues or it can make it easier to cope with certain issues. So you want to really focus on all these different things. Now, again, what someone said to me this morning is, but I just don't understand. You know, there are terrible things going on. People are dying and there's COVID and they don't know if school is going to open and one can feel very overwhelmed. The idea in staying well is to focus on what you can manage, what you can change. And this is a lesson in life. If we all had to think about the world, whether it's climate change or nuclear possible disasters, today there was a tsunami warning at Bondi Beach, there's never an ending to things that could go wrong. But what we're in charge of are our thoughts. And we can choose where we want to put our thoughts. We can go down that rabbit hole. What if there's a tsunami? What if there's a nuclear war? What if this happens? What if we die? There's no end. That is what anxiety is, what if. But if we actually put in place the things I'm talking about and go, actually, what can I control? I can manage what I eat. I can decide what I eat. I can decide when I go to sleep most of the time. Occasionally we can't, but really we should be. And if we can't, we have to look at that. Why are we letting other people or other things stop us from living our lives? That's something we need to deal with. There are many things that we can manage. And that's all that we have to do, is we have to manage what we can manage. And we need to learn where we're going to put our thoughts. because at every moment we have a choice of what we're going to think about. I'll tell you a story that had a very big impact on me many, many years ago. There's a story about a man who was struggling to pray. He would go to shul and he was struggling to pray because he was thinking about the market and what he was going to sell. It wasn't the stock market in those days, it was in a shtetl, it was selling potatoes, but it doesn't really matter, we're all the same. And he went to his rabbi, who was the Maggid of Mezrich, and he said to him, look, I just don't daven properly, I don't know what to do. And the Maggid said, look, I can't help you, but I'd like you to go and see this particular man. He lives in the forest, he will help you. So he goes, quite a way, he gets to this shack, and that's all it is, a shack with a door and a window. He knocks on the door, no response. Bangs on the door, no response. Knocks on the window, crawls, does whatever he can to get the man's attention. Nothing happens. He's come all this way. He sits down, he puts his head in his hands and he cries. He says, I'm never going to change, nothing's going to help me. And suddenly the door opens and there's a righteous man, a tzaddik, standing there. And he says, I know why you came. And I've given you your answer. You see, I'm the master of my house, and I decide who to let in and when. You are the master of your mind, and you can decide what thoughts to let in and when. We have a choice. We can think about poor me and everything's going wrong, and it's easy. We can all do this. Or we can actually go, oh, I'm going down that road. No, I don't want to do that. Let me rather think about something else. And one of the most fascinating, and it's been well researched now, finding, is that when we think about other people, so instead of trying to challenge and say there's not going to be a tsunami, we think about what can I do for another person, that we actually get what they call happy hormones. It actually makes us feel better. So we can live a life where we live in alignment with good values, values like kindness and generosity and compassion, consideration, hard work, responsibility. These are all good values. And we can go, if I go down that path of worrying about a tsunami that may or may not happen and end up very upset, is it going to help me in my life? No. But if I actually go, all right, who needs a phone call? Who do I know who's isolated? We are actually going to act in alignment with those values, and we are actually going to feel much better about ourselves. So focusing on others is a very, very good way of not going down very unhealthy rabbit holes. And there are always people who need something. Another very, very well-researched, simple thing that people talk about now is gratitude, writing a gratitude diary. You have a choice of looking at what you don't have. Why don't I have that house, that money, that husband, that child, whatever? Or look what I do have. It's always the choice. And you choose to be grateful for what you do have. This is a very, very big part of what makes us miserable, are our thoughts. It's actually not the fact that we don't have the house. It's what we tell ourselves we're missing because we don't have the house. But when we actually look at what we do have, doesn't mean that doesn't exist. But we're making choices about what we want to think. We're making choices about our life. My dog's important, but I'm choosing also to be important. I can think negative or I can think positive. I can eat poorly or I can eat well. I can sit on the couch or I can exercise. This is the freedom of choice we've been given. Now, there are so many things that we can do that life will be pretty full before we even start thinking about other things that we need to do. As Jordan Peterson says, before you do anything else, tidy your own bedroom. And I think he puts it beautifully. It's so easy to fix other people or to change the world. But we have our little our area that we just need to get that right. Now, there's one other advantage. You might be thinking, well, how does that help my child who's suffering, or my spouse, or my friend? But this is something that is really incredible, and that is this. Besides being an inspiration and a role model when you live right, you don't have to say anything or lecture. But because your brain is a social brain, your good serotonin, your good neural connections actually activate other people's neural connections. When you're with someone who's calm, you'll feel calmer. When you're with someone who's uptight, you'll feel uptight. So when you're acting calmly, what you will find is that you are unconsciously helping the people around you in both of these different ways. The final thing, though, is of course you need to look out for people. And if you have this regular chat in your family, how are you feeling? Did you sleep well? What feelings did you have today? What made you sad? What made you happy? And you start talking about your emotional life in your family, then hopefully you will pick up if something is going wrong, and hopefully you'll pick up if it's got to the point where you do need intervention. I haven't spoken about intervention today, but I do want to say this. In Australia, there is a lot of help. And it's very important that you need to know the point at which it's no longer a common cold and when you actually need, when you're getting pneumonia. You check in along the way and there's a point where you go, I actually do need help. As I said right in the beginning, get rid of the stigma, get rid of the shame. It's like any other medical condition. Take the family member or go yourself and get the help that you need. We don't need to live in a world of shame or secrecy anymore. We don't need to try and manage on our own or white knuckle it or force ourselves through. There's help out there, there's support. We can be there for others, but they can be there for us. The important thing is to attend to it, to make it part of your life so that nothing serious, please God, does ever happen. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm so grateful to be here with you. The world has gotten so much smaller, and I'm sitting here in Brooklyn, New York, being able to talk to you in Australia. It's quite a privilege. My name is Saripka Cohn, and I run an organization called Links and Shleimies Club for kids and teens who lost a parent. I started this organization out of my own experience. I had lost my mother when I was 9 years old. I was an only child, and so I didn't have the peer support that exists today. And so I started an organization thinking it would be something small, and unfortunately or fortunately, it has grown by leaps and bounds. And over the last 16 years since I founded it, we've serviced, I would say, hundreds of families and thousands of children and teens. So I've gotten to know the grief and loss world, should I say, pretty well, both from my own experience, but obviously that's not the space that I'm teaching from, but from obviously learning and training so that I can try to be as helpful as I can tonight. I think during these last couple of years, many of us have lost a lot. And you may be surprised to hear me say this, but I think loss is not to be contained to death alone. That's one form of loss, and it's certainly the most, should I say, known kind of loss, studied kind of loss. But many of us have lost other things as well. We've lost camaraderie with lockdowns and stuff like that. We've lost the art of friendship and the beauty that some of that brought to us. Many of us have lost relationships. We've lost so much. We've lost livelihoods. You know, there's been a lot of different losses. And I want to take a moment to say this right from the get-go so that you understand that when I speak about death and I speak about loss and I speak about grief, a lot of this can be used in another form. That means if for you, your loss was a different kind of loss, not by a death, just know that a lot of what we're talking about can be translated and transposed to your experience. So the first thing I want to start with is talking about why the kind of loss matters. And by kind of loss, I mean how it happened, okay? So obviously, COVID being the most obvious one to speak of, it was a very sudden loss. Statistically, when loss happens gradually, when there's an illness, when there's a progression over time, and it's dealt with well, which we'll talk about how that can be done. And then death is actually a natural process that we'll go through. There will be sadness, there will be a lot of feelings, obviously, but it will be within what we call the normal range, where we kind of, should I say, take a journey where we walk through this experience in a somewhat straight line. Versus when things happen suddenly, whether it's a car accident, whether it's a heart attack, whether it's COVID, whether it's just completely unexpected because you didn't know, because the person chose to keep their illness a secret, whether it was because of an overdose, whether it was because of a suicide or homicide, right? Any of those things are really shocking, right? We tend to process shock very differently than we do an illness that we're prepared for. And obviously, nobody is ever prepared fully for the finality of death. But when we take something that we're prepared for versus something that catches us off guard, our bodies react very differently. So like I said, when it comes to something that we're prepared for and can be done well, and we'll speak about that, then our bodies basically go into, like I said, sadness and processing a lot of different emotions. Generally, what we'll watch happen is after a few months, a person has the ability to take in happiness, to take in other experiences, other relationships, versus when things happen as a shock. The body takes a lot longer, and the mind takes a lot longer to recover, because you're recovering from two things simultaneously. I don't want you to express kindness for yourself if this is what you're experiencing, or if this is what a child of yours is experiencing, or this is what a friend or a spouse is experiencing. We're holding the pain of the actual death, and like I said, death can be more than one thing. And we're also holding the pain of the shock. What do you mean? Yesterday it was fine. Today it's not. How do I compute that? And that's very big. So what tends to happen is a lot of it has to do with our personalities and how we absorb things, right? Some of us take it into our body immediately, where our stress will stress us out, but we'll be able perhaps to keep a poker face on and continue with daily living, and maybe even just not express this to anyone, but inside we're feeling this immense pain, whether it's stomach pain, migraines, back pain, right? And that's really just the stress speaking up and saying, this is too much. Our bodies are not handling this. There are other people who tend to be extremely expressive, and so they'll go online and write about it. They'll speak to groups of friends. They'll express themselves, and sometimes that's wonderful, and sometimes it's wonderful temporarily, but they're not getting the long-term support that they actually could use. And some people just are completely numb and disconnected. So kind of we each go through our own process when it comes to this, but the reason it's so important to differentiate between what kind of death was this? Was this a death that I knew was coming? Was this a death that I had time to kind of settle this relationship in whatever capacity I could, to know I did my part, right? Then there's a mitigation of the guilt. There's a mitigation of a lot of the negative feelings that come with it. What there is no mitigation for is when it comes to shock and to sudden death, and all that stuff. It's just like, wow, I need to compute this, and this is too big. And so the important thing to know is that oftentimes when it comes to shock, and this is why many people are feeling the effects now, a year or two later perhaps, is because it's so big that we can't compute it at the time. So instead, what our body does sometimes and what our mind does is not a bad thing. It says, this is too big for now. So I'm going to put it away. And when I'm ready, I'm going to open that drawer and address it, right? And the important part is to actually open that drawer and address it at the later period of time. So what happens is, basically, just to explain how, let's say, denial works. Okay, denial is has extremely negative associations with it. But denial is actually a gift, a God-given gift. Why? Picture anesthesia, right? If you went to the dentist and the dentist said to you, I can do your root canal, I can yank out your wisdom tooth, but I'm going to do it without anesthesia. You'd say, crazy. I'm going to leave here and go someplace else, right? This is not something I have the capacity to sustain, right? Suppose somebody has a surgery that's even larger and the person says, well, I can operate on you, but I'm going to do it without anesthesia. You say, no, right? I need that anesthesia. Why? The pain is so big, it's not tolerable. At the point that anesthesia begins to wear off, right, is the point where our bodies can tolerate that pain. So if you look actually at the comparison of, let's suppose, a wisdom tooth, right, extraction, you will have anesthesia that will wear off after an hour, 2 hours, right, max. When it comes to a large brain surgery, right, the anesthesia can take up to 6 hours to wear off. Why? The bigger the pain, the bigger the work that's being done within, the longer it can take for this to wear off, because our bodies need to be healthy enough to actually be able to deal with the pain and hold the pain, right? When the pain is on a smaller scale from a wisdom tooth, right, then just a couple hours later, I have the capacity to deal with that pain. When it comes to sudden grief or loss, or it comes at an age where somebody is developmentally not ready, like a child, the brain and the body, Hashem gave us such a gift, pushes it off in the form of denial and says, I can't deal with this now. So if you've dealt with denial, that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's actually a God-given gift that says, you know when you're going to be ready to look at this. And the key being is that at the point when you're ready, don't hide from it then. Because then what happens is we build a big monster of something that's not dealt with for years and years and can then blow up in our faces and in our relationships. But if we actually deal with it at a later point, that's a gift. That's saying, I wasn't ready for this before. This is too big. This was huge for me. This was a relationship that I invested my whole life into. This was a loving parent. This was a loving friend who just from 1 minute to the next went, or a day or two, right? That pain, we're not ready. So that's why it's so important to understand that when people say, oh, well, you're not over it yet. No. Things take time. And they also come in waves, okay? And I want to explain the wave process. The wave process happens when different events and life cycle events kind of bring to the fore the pain that you may have even thought you processed, and you may have even done a lot of work around it. But suddenly there is a family event, there is a holiday that this person may have loved, and all of a sudden you're finding yourself all over again, kind of affected, if you will, by the loss and by the grief. And so you want to have compassion for yourself. You want to be able to say, I don't have to have a timeline, right? Grief doesn't have a timeline. There's this mistaken concept of the 5 stages. The 5 stages were created actually for death and dying. That's what Elizabeth Kubler-Ross created them for. People later took them and adapted them for grief. They don't really work, right? It's a model where acceptance almost feels like it's the finish line. And it's not really true. What will most likely happen is we go through all the 5 stages in sort of a circular motion, and we'll keep revisiting different stages as different life pieces come up for us, right? And so it's extremely important, if nothing else, if you have a loved one who is struggling with grief, if you are grieving the loss of a loved one, or like I said, of a relationship or a life, then you want to be able to say, you know what? This was big. I dealt with the parts that I was able to deal with then, and now I'm going to revisit other parts, right? So oftentimes people say to me, but does it get better? I'm feeling all these heavy feelings of grief. Does it ever get better? So yeah, it does, but not on its own, And that's the piece that I want to bring up. There's certain pieces that I'm going to help you kind of work through on your own, certain parts that we can work through on our own. But let's suppose the relationship was a complicated one, right? Let's suppose the person who died was somebody who had different parts to them, but there were certainly some negative parts. Let's suppose even worse, the person was abusive towards you, right? Let's suppose that there was an addiction that left a lot of confusing parts. Let's suppose that this relationship was just complicated and the death feels like an awful lot of guilt. All these things, right? There's a limit to what we can process on our own. I often like to say that Hashem created a perfect system of grief, so long as man doesn't tamper with it. And that perfect system is that initially we're given 3 days for extreme crying, for extreme vocal reaction. And then we have 7 days where people come and they talk to us. And they bring us comfort in the way that brings us comfort, right? Not in the way that brings them comfort, hopefully. So in the way that brings us comfort, maybe sharing stories about the deceased, maybe just listening, maybe sitting and companioning the bereaved in some form, right? All those things. And then God says we have 30 days where we're also going to stick to a lot of pieces of the laws of mourning. We're really going to have a pretty heavy month. And then we're going to have a year, if this is a mourning of a parent, where we're not going to go listen to music, we're not going to join really happy events, we're not going to do a bunch of those things, right? And I often say, I wish society would cut us the same slack that God does. You know, often I don't know how it is in Australia, but in America, there's no paid leave for bereavement. There are a few states that now passed it, and they gave 3 whole days. God says 7 days you can't work. And he made us, right? And so he knows that there's no quick fix to grief and bereavement. There really, really isn't. There's no way to do this in a quick form, right? So I want to caution you that there's some parts that I'll share with you that you can try on your own. But if this is heavy for you, if you're finding yourself with anxiety, with panic attacks, with perhaps flashbacks to certain parts of this person's life, a sadness that seems to not go away with time, because a normal sadness should and could exist, and no therapy in the world will be there for you or should be there. It's actually unethical to try to take a griever and make them happy, right? We're not looking to do that. It's through feeling sadness that we can actually access that happiness. And I know this feels almost like funny saying this in the month of Adar, right? But really, if you want the real entry point to genuine happiness, it's not by avoiding sadness. It's by feeling it and eventually being able to hold 2 feelings at one time, where you can genuinely miss the person and wish the person was here with you, or wish this didn't happen, and feel genuinely happy in whatever life you've set up for yourself and are living. So in terms of what you can do to help yourself or help somebody, a loved one in your life. So the first thing that I like to say is creating 2 types of boxes. One is a memory box. And that memory box doesn't only have to be photographs and letters, although it certainly can be. And for many people, finding that meaningful card, finding those meaningful photos and stuff like that is a very big process. But let's say you don't have. Let's say this was a friend that you didn't have that kind of relationship with, but the loss is still very big. And then what you want to do is find other pieces. Like, let's say, I'll give you a funny example. I had a friend that we used to like to go out for ice cream with. And I passed by the store and picked up their business card, and that went right into the memory box of just, this is my memory with this person. So kind of building over time and allowing yourself in that way to gently access what it is that you're feeling. And feeling as I put that in, that's no longer there for me. And allowing yourself to feel that. Then there's a separate box, and that box is equally important. And that box doesn't have to be limited to somebody who's grieving. And that's called our emotional first aid box. You know how most homes will have a first aid box with bacitracin and Band-Aids and Tylenol and ice packs, right? All the stuff for little hurts. It's the same way with emotional first aid. This is not gonna help if somebody is really experiencing intrusive thoughts. This is not going to help if somebody is dealing with serious depression. And those, please, I'm begging of you, your life is worth it. Get the help. Get the help. But for the little everyday stuff, right? That moment of panic that, like, I'm going to work and her desk will be empty, or I'm coming home and the smell of her dinner won't be there, or I'm going away and we always went away together and now we're not, right? All those pieces. And that pain that it genuinely brings. For those moments, what you want to do is create an emotional first aid kit, particularly if you're the caregiver of children who may need you in that time, and you need to be able to have something that grounds you. For everybody, that's something else, right? For some people, it's putting in teas, but I like to go through the five senses and say, what's something you can smell in that moment that may ground you? Some people like these essential oils, right? Or something else with a kind scent. Some people like something that they could taste, right? I have a friend who keeps some mints in that box, something that just refreshes her and grounds her. Some people keep tea bags in there. In terms of sounds, there are little things that we can either record for ourselves on like a phone, just using a voice memo, and just record a message that you can listen, or have a friend record something that you can listen to at a time that you're feeling this way. Some clinicians will record like any sort of walkthrough and positive thinking or helping you ground. So that's another idea. You want to go through something you can touch, something sensory. For some people, that's kinetic sand. For another person, that may be a seashell that kind of has that sound and those grids on it. For some people, it's touching something that, one of these little bop it toys, whatever they're called, these things that you punch in and out, right? For some people, it's those squeezy stress balls. You get the idea, right? You want something you can touch, feel, see, smell, taste. And that's how you create an emotional box. Because oftentimes, we don't know what we're going to need in that moment. But by going to the box, we're performing an act of kindness to ourselves. We're saying, that's okay. I can handle the fact that you're in pain. Let's see what we can do to ground you in this moment with this pain. And if you're feeling like you want to visit that memory box at that time, that's also a great box to access in that moment. There are also a lot of journals with prompts that can help you process a lot of the memories. So those are also great for those moments. I want to leave you with two thoughts about grief and about loss. People often say to me, this is what you do all day. You deal with death. And that must be really depressing and really sad. And yet at the same time, they meet me, and thank God I'm a very spunky kind of person and I like to have a lot of fun. And people have often said to me, how do the two work together? And a lot of that is the gift of compartmentalizing, of knowing that in this moment, this is what I need to be, and in this moment, this is what I need to be. But I'm going to say something, and that is that it's 10 years of work. Hard work that allowed me to learn one skill. It's called compartmentalizing. And the reason I say that, and I say that I fall back on many days where it's just too much, right? Is because I want you to know that there's this myth out there that somehow you're damaged or you're broken if you haven't healed yet, or you haven't quote unquote gotten over it yet, or you haven't been through this process yet where everything is like all great for you, right? I want you to know that that's just not true. So if there's one message I can get across to you, it's that grievers need kindness. They need space. And if other people can't give that to you, you need to give that to yourself. You need to give yourself the permission to know that it's okay to feel. Not only is it okay, it's appropriate for you to be feeling all the myriad feelings that you're feeling right now. And I want to just tell you that although I don't see any of you, which is kind of a bizarre way our world has kind of transitioned, and I'm speaking to you from here and I've never met you, there's a connection that I feel, and that's the connection that grievers feel to one another. It's a connection of tremendous compassion. And I just want to say that if any of you need the support, want to reach out for any sort of help, you can find me on Instagram. The handle is @links_Shlemies Club, SHLOMIES CLUB. You can find me on LinkedIn under my name, Sarifka Cohn. And you can also find us online, linksfamily.org. And I really just want you to know that there's a space for your grief. Your grief is extremely valid. There's a lot of good resources out there, and you deserve the support, you deserve the compassion, and I certainly hope that you get that.
Dearest Sydney Jewish community, thank you all for being here and listening to me speak. Thank you for showing up for yourselves and for your community. The reason why I'm here, firstly, my name is Moshe Doivchanen, and I'm here to share my story of how I was able to get from hopelessness in alcoholism and drug use and be able to live a sober, healthy, meaningful, full life today. And I have been able to continuously be sober for the last 9.5 years without the need to drink alcohol or use any drugs or mind-altering substances in order to be able to live. There are a few points that I'd like to share with you today. Of course, my own experience, and also, most importantly, the ideas that I've learned that I'd like to share with you, so that hopefully, if you can find the things, it's easy to find the things that make us different, but with a little bit of effort, you can find the things that make us have things in common, make us the same. And if our stories are similar, then perhaps what worked for me can work for you as well. Thank you to the rabbi for putting this program together as well, and for inviting me for this holy opportunity. The significant moment, which I find as being the beginning of my story, is a moment that I remember from around the age of 7 or 8, where I have this memory of having a fantasy. And the fantasy was that I would find a place in the world which would be a place of hiding, and I would finally let loose and have the space to really express how I was feeling. And automatically I would sob and I would cry. And the fantasy is that as I would be sobbing, somebody would hear my cries. Somebody would hear it as they walked by, and they would hear a child crying, and they would come by and ask me what's wrong. They would hear me out, validate what I was feeling, and tell me that things, and assure me that things would be okay. The language that I speak to you about what that fantasy was that I have today, I did not have back then. I obviously had I don't know if it's obvious or not, but I had no idea that that's what I really needed. But I know now that I know for a fact that that was something that I had as a dream and a hope that I just wanted. What I've learned over the last number of years is that what was going on? What were the emotions that I was dying to pour out? That I was fantasizing of having an adult in my life validate. And what I've learned is that I had a fundamental belief that there was something wrong with me, that I was hurting, I wasn't part of, that I was, thank God, born to a beautiful, loving, large religious family here in Crown Heights, but feeling that I wasn't part of them, that there was something different about me. Something that makes me not like them, and there's something that I need to do in order to be part of them. And I felt the same way in my classroom, and as well, I felt the same way with my friends. The way it expressed itself in my family was finding things that can get me attention, that would have me be seen and a part of. So it was things like acting really silly in front of everybody to be seen, which is a normal thing. It's a normal thing for kids to act silly and get attention. But what was, I think, different for me was that how I felt all the time when I wasn't in the spotlight, and how much that spotlight was like a drink in the desert. I earned my friendships, or I earned my place, of which I believed I was lacking of. In my friends, in my classmates, it was I would do it through bringing snacks to school. And if I brought snacks to school and I was able to share it with others, that would help me feel part of everybody else. And unfortunately, so much was my need that I would start overstepping boundaries that I've been brought up with, values like don't steal. So for me, it turned into me stealing things from the charity boxes, the pushkas in my parents' home, to buying many, many items, way more than what my parents would have allowed on the credit account that we had at the local grocery. I would come to school with literally a shopping bag or two full of all these different snacks, and I would give them out at school. And that earned me a place there. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough, and it continued. When I was in third grade, I started to shoplift from local stores, because at the time our family was chipping in. Everybody was putting in their parts so that we can buy, I think it was either a computer or it was a laser printer. We're talking about 1992, 91. And I wanted to be part of that because everybody in the family was being part of it. I wanted to be part of it, but I didn't have any money. So one of the things that I did, and I may have done this for other reasons as well, but this was definitely a motivating factor, is that I would shoplift from the local stores. And then we would take some of the items that was stolen and sell them to others so that we can take the cash and then bring them home, take the cash, buy the things I want that earn me a place, stature in the world, between peers, between my friends. Everything changed for me when I was approximately 14 or 15 years old. By that time, I had already had a few sips, a few tastes of alcohol. But this time was very significant. This time was a Saturday, a Shabbos afternoon. It was almost customary that I would have friends come over. They would hang out a little while at my parents' house in my bedroom, and then we would go out and walk around the neighborhood or walk to the parks. And that day, I knew already, I'm not sure how I knew or how I knew that this would be a solution to the way I was feeling, but I knew that it was something that was going to help me. And I went down into the basement of my parents and I pulled out 2 bottles of wine, which I knew would not be noticed if it was missing. And I took it to my bedroom. I snuck it up. So I knew there was something wrong with it. I knew that it was going to have an effect on me. But I did not know the significance of that day. I took the 2 bottles of wine. I took a cup and I slowly poured myself each cup by cup, and I drank 2 bottles. And I was not planning on telling anybody about it, which I didn't until many years later. What I did was I drank the 2 bottles and I left my bedroom. I went down the stairs outside my parents' house. And as I walked outside, I experienced what felt like my first moments of freedom in this world. I was able to see things in color, which seemed like I was just seeing things in black and white all my life. Noticing the colors around me, noticing, I learned later that alcoholics or addicts or anybody who uses something outside themselves to fix their insides, specifically addicts, I can speak for that for sure, is it's almost like we're living our lives with a machine on the entire time, perhaps an air conditioner of sorts. And there's this noise, it's humming, it's there all the time, and we don't even realize it's there. But finally, when somebody turns it off, the peace and the silence is a gift. And that's how I felt that moment, walking out of my parents' house, seeing things in color, being able to actually notice that the trees, that the leaves on the trees were moving, notice that the wind was blowing on them, noticing the sounds of the birds, slowing down, being able to look people in the eyes as I wish them a good Shabbos, not needing to hide, no drama. Yeah, it's just me. I'm here in this world. And I'm okay being me. And I could look you in the eye and I could say hi. And there's nothing weird and there's nothing wrong about that. I met my friends that day. And I was able to do the things that they were able to do with ease. Or at least it seemed so. I'm sure they had the struggle of their own. And I think that day had a significant effect on me. Without realizing, I believe, I made an unconscious decision at that moment that this was something that I was going to continue doing. This was the answer. And anytime that I can get my hands on alcohol and drink enough, like I drank that day, 2 bottles as a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old, that would be the answer. That would be my escape. That would be my peace of mind. Excuse me. And that's what I did anytime that I could. It started off with, finding the local corner bodegas, as we call them here, and buying some beers and drinking them, finding a place to drink them, drinking at Farbrengens, at Kiddushim, at Shul. And I also met others that were able to drink just like me. And there was a camaraderie there. So not only do I get to drink and feel good, I get to drink and feel good and get to be with other people that are doing too. So I don't have to feel ashamed and I don't have to feel like it's weird that I'm doing this. I don't have to do it in hiding. I was also introduced to marijuana when I was 15, and I swore and I committed to not doing it. And I was proud of it. I had friends, quite a few close people to me that were starting to smoke weed, and they were enjoying it. And there was something interesting and intriguing about it, but I was committed. I was in control. That was something that I was never going to do. That was drugs. I am not a drug addict. I just drink alcohol and I like to drink it. And I like the way it feels. But I'm not a drug addict. There's nothing wrong with me, as long as I don't touch that stuff. And I didn't for quite a few years. The progression for me from age 15, 16, 17, 18 was my capacity. I was able to drink more and more. I was not a sloppy drunk. I was not a violent drunk. I wasn't mean. I was kind. I was fun. Nobody was able to tell, for the most part, whether I was, that I had an alcohol problem. And technically speaking, I didn't see myself as having an alcohol problem. It was never a problem. Nobody saw it as a problem. In fact, certain adults in my life would see me drinking and be like, wow, look at the capacity that he has. Wow, he can handle it. He's like an adult. He could drink. And when I say he could drink, it's not that he could drink and then he falls on his face. He could drink and he holds his cool and he behaves. And I had a sense of pride in that. And I continued through the ages of 15, 16, 17, 18. When I was 18, I got introduced to the bar scene. That was my first time going to, I may have gone to one or two before, but here was Israel, Ben Yehuda, Jewish people, friends, large group of friends. And it was all of a sudden like, now it's a culture, now it's a thing, now it's not just something you do, not just something I do in hiding, not just something that I do as for bring-ins. I can also go to bars just to drink. That year when I was 18, I also had met my wife, and we dated for a little while. We dated for that entire year, actually. She's from Sydney, which I say with pride. And you know, I continued to be, we had made a commitment, at least I made a commitment to her, that if I had ever tried to smoke weed, I would check with her first, or we would do it together. At the end of that year, practically drinking, if not every day, at least every other day. At the end of the year, we had separated, you know. So, I was going back to New York and she was going back to Sydney, or she was going to, she was going to go actually to Duke's University in North Carolina. And yeah, so we parted ways, and I had come home and I'd spent a month or two in New York, and I got introduced. There was just this one occasion where I was in a drive going from upstate New York back to the city, and I was in a car with two other people who were smoking weed. And I said, you know what? I'm going to try this. I sent a message, or I called my wife, who was then my ex-girlfriend, and I told her that I know we said I committed that I was only going to do it with you, but here I am. I'm going to try it. And she gave me her blessing, and I tried it, and I instantly was hooked. The next day I went for more. And I practically turned into a daily smoker from that day. Throughout this entire time, from when I'm a child until I have my first drink, what actually changes my perception of the world and how I experience it, I feel a constant sense of something's wrong with me. I am not a part of, I am not enough, and I need to do something about it to earn it. And when I drink, anytime I drink, as long as I drink enough, I don't have that need anymore. So when I smoked weed the first time, that was kind of like starting back from like that first time that I got high. I had gotten properly high from the alcohol that I had drank. And it started up a new thing, and that's it. Now was drinking and smoking. I was able to connect back to that first high. And I've gone to many measures. I've stolen in order to be able to get weed. I was a dorm counselor at the time, and I wasn't being in integrity. I wasn't being authentic with the employment. I was there to take care of these boys, and here I was at night or any time that I possibly can getting high. So I may have been showing up, but when I look back, I can see how that was not aligned with my values of how I wish I could have behaved. And so I turned 19, and 20, I'm smoking weed every single day. 20, I go back to Israel. So I was there for 1 year when I was 18. And then I went back when I was 20 for another 2.5 years. These 2.5 years found me all day, every day, buying hash, brewing it, smoking, selling so that I can support my habit. Food was not the number one necessary in my life. That came secondary. Make sure I could get high, and whatever pocket change is left, maybe buy some pitas and maybe buy some hummus at the shuk, and that would keep me going. And I think a real low that I look back and I see how much I was affected by the disease of alcoholism and addiction was when I would go down on my hands and knees those days that I had run out of my stash and I was either didn't have money or was waiting for somebody to go and pick up some more. And every hour, every minute was a struggle. And this is just weed. I'd go on my hands and knees and I would go through every single thread on my rug to try to find any crumb. If I can just accumulate enough crumbs, I can take it and brew it together and then smoke it. If only could get a relief for a few minutes. The idea of selling was something I would never done, but at the time I was willing to do anything. It was the only way I could support my habit. Bought, sold, smoked, and that's what I was doing. And I was part of, again, a big, huge group of friends, incredible friends that I still have friends till today. But that's what we were doing all day, smoking weed, having deep, meaningful conversations and playing music. That was my life. And then I was ready to move on. And I came in for a visit to New York and I wanted to stop. So I decided I'm going to stop. How was I going to do that? I had to isolate myself because if I'm anywhere near something, I'm going to have to use it. So I went into a house for a family member had me in their house for a week where I was literally in the bedroom the entire day. And the only times I came out was maybe to eat something or get another bottle of alcohol, thinking that I was detoxing from weed. So I had to drink just to be able to pass time. And a week went by and I didn't get high. And then another week went by where I left there and I went back to Israel and I was able to go another week. But 2 weeks to the day, I was smoking again. So although I was making commitments, that was the first of many where I would commit to and wasn't able to keep to it. And I would always relapse. Eventually, I got back together with my wife and we started dating. And we quickly got engaged. And I made a commitment, whether it was to myself or to her, that during the engagement, I would stay away from smoking weed. So in the beginning, I kept it a secret from her, but eventually shared it with her. So here I was already lying to the person I was engaged to. And then I made a commitment that once I'm married, I'm never going to smoke again. And I was able to stay sober for the 24 hours on the flight from New York to Sydney. But the night before the wedding, I was so anxious and so just unable to sleep. And I had my wedding the next day. So I eventually got, the night before my wedding, I got a hold of some weed, smoked, and was able to go to sleep and celebrate my wedding the next day. A lot of my wedding is pretty vague to me, but I'd like to just move on. And the 7 days of our from when we got married, the Sheva brachas, I didn't drink. I drank. I didn't smoke. At the time, I was every single day, I would go to the liquor store, to the bottle shop, and I would buy every single type of Australian beer because I was tasting all the beers. So I was drinking probably a 6-pack every single day, thinking that I was staying off weed. I'm fine. And then on the 7th day, I went to a wedding and a friend of mine handed me some and I was not able to say no. And that night I smoked again. Here I am tied into the most significant day of my life, the biggest commitment I'm ever going to make, which is to marry my wife. And 7 days in, I'm already breaking a promise. I tried stopping many times. I promised that when my wife got pregnant with my oldest daughter, I would stop, and I couldn't stop. I promised that when she would be born, and I couldn't. When my wife got pregnant with my son, when he was born. One time when we went to Australia, I think it was for Passover, for Pesach. And my wife and kids had stayed in Australia and I came back to New York. And while I was there, I tried to quit and I stayed away from it as much as I can. And I did for a week throughout Pesach. I was having wake up in crazy sweats, nightmares. And within like 3 days, I already wanted to divorce my wife because I could not handle how I felt. And I was just blaming her for triggering me. And it wasn't that she wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just that she was living her life, and while I was smoking weed, I didn't mind her living her own life without doing all the things that I would want her to do. There were just things that I wanted, ways that I wanted her to behave, whatever it was. And just because she wasn't willing to change, I couldn't handle that. Weed used to work for me, but here I wasn't able to have it. I took it away from myself. And within literally a few days, I was like, I can't stay in this marriage. Well, really, it was like, I can't stand this life without something that numbs me, that makes me not need to feel so much. And so I stayed clean for that week. And then I stayed clean for another few days while I traveled back to New York, because I went through Israel. And I was convinced, that's it. I'm free. I'm free. I am never going to smoke weed again. I got onto the plane leaving Sydney to Israel, swearing I would never smoke again. And I got off the plane and I told a good friend of mine that I'd met there, I'm not smoking, and we didn't smoke. And I got onto the plane going from Israel back to New York, and I was convinced I would never smoke again. And I cannot explain this, but when I walked into my home, convinced that I was never going to smoke again, I literally watched my body, almost an out-of-body experience, watching my body go up the stairs to the place where I had my stash. I took what I had there, I put it into the bong, I lit it, and I smoked it. I could not smoke. And that had a massive effect on my self-respect. Like, what type of person am I who can't keep their commitments? I lost my self-respect. I'm going to just fast forward a lot because I want to just respect the time. And if you're still here, I really, really appreciate it. And I hope that this will benefit you, and I'm sure it will. The last 90 days of my drinking, I was, at least 90 days, I was plagued by death, the thoughts of death, that it was going to happen any day. Every night I'd go to sleep believing and possibly even hoping that would be, I wouldn't wake up in the morning. I had tons of fear, a lot of paranoia. I was going to sleep 3, 4 a.m., coming to work late. There were times that I had gone to my kids' bedrooms, and it's so heartbreaking to imagine this now. I'm trying to go back to those memories, watching my feet just walk through the hallways of my home and go into my kids' bedrooms, look at them and say goodbye. And believing that was the last time I would ever see them in their sleep. I'm wondering, maybe I was also asking them for forgiveness. The last time I had a drink was on Simchas Torah, towards the end of Sukkot, where there's a lot of drinking. I had run out of weed, so I had to compensate with all my alcohol. I had drunken at least probably 3 liters of alcohol that day. And it didn't have any effect on me. I did not feel anything. The drug called alcohol that I was depending on, that medicine that helped me feel okay, no matter how much I was taking, it wasn't working. And I didn't think much of it, other than I just kept going, kept drinking. And that night when I came home at the end of the holiday, and my wife was with the kids, they had just bathed, and my wife got a phone call that she needed one of her relatives, her good friend and relative, wanted some support. And I told her, yeah, go, I'll take care of the kids. And I looked like somebody who was completely sober, completely in control. And I thought I was too. And she went, and I stayed with my kids, and I passed out. And I woke up to my wife screaming at me, telling me that my kids were outside the house. Something to the tune of me passing out, them trying to wake me up, perhaps, and not having anybody to talk to. Went out the front door, where we had a sukkah, and tried looking for my wife. And thank God they weren't out there that long. My wife had shown up and saw them outside. And she was trying to wake me up to tell me how she was feeling, how upset she was. That she tried many times until eventually the only thing that worked was to spray me with water. I think she put a wet towel on my face, or she poured a cup of water on me. I don't remember what it was. But I woke up and I turned into a monster. I turned into somebody who was saying things like, we are a mistake. The friends that I've had, I was saying a lot of like very derogatory things to my wife. Thank God I didn't do anything physical to hurt her. But I was slipping in between being somebody that was enraged to being somebody who was noticing that how I was behaving and being extremely ashamed. And in the moment of shame, the conclusion that I came to how to deal with how I was feeling was to end my life. And what happened is first I took a cup of water and I poured it over my head so that my little kids, my 2-year-old and 4-year-old, can see how their tati is behaving indespicably. And this is the way I'm behaving is something to be ashamed of. I poured the cup over my face and let the water drip over my face in an act of shame. I remember going into the bathroom and looking in the mirror, and I hated what I saw, disgusted. I smashed my head against the mirror, and the mirror still broke until today. It's a good reminder of that night. And while looking in the mirror in that bathroom, I came to a conclusion that it was time. It was time for me to go. I don't deserve anything that I have in my life. And I would be doing my favor if I would be doing my family a favor of relieving them and freeing them from the despicable person I had become if I were just dead, God forbid. And I started going up towards the roof of my house. And as I was going up, I had a moment of clarity, a gift of clarity, where I decided I'm going to pick up the phone, and I called my older brother, who immediately showed up with two of my other brothers, and my wife had called Hatzalah with the advice of my brother-in-law, Shua. And pretty shortly, they had me in a little meeting on my deck. 3 of my brothers and a Hatzalah member, my younger brother pleading with me, saying, I don't understand. I look up to you. You have so much to give. You've created so much. You have so many good things in your life. And as much as I think about it today, I could cry, but I could not feel any of that at the time. And thank God that I was willing to, I had a moment, a moment of grace where I was like, okay, fine, I'll take help. And the Hatzalah member had, escorted me to his vehicle. As I was about to go into the vehicle, I turned to my wife and said, I really, really hope this works. Wherever he's taking me, I had no idea where he was taking me, but there's no hope for me if it doesn't. And I didn't know, but he was taking me to a psychiatric ward because I had expressed the idea of killing myself. In the psychiatric ward, it took hours till I got in there. Of course, spending the next week detoxing and locked up and asking the question over and over, what's a nice guy like me doing in a place like this? And thank God, again, I was given a gift of having a roommate who had experience in recovery. And I owe him my life because my family and everybody who loved me were telling me that I need to go to rehab, and I was not willing to do that. And this person convinced me because he spoke to me in a language that only one alcoholic who speaks to another can really understand. I felt like he knew me. It was the first time where I felt like I was sitting there with another human being who can really understand how I'm feeling. And because he is somebody that really understands how I'm feeling, and he has some more experience, even though he's in a psychiatric ward, he convinced me to go to rehab. And I did. I went straight from the psychiatric ward to a 30-day rehab. And I listened to every word they said. I didn't fight it. I was willing. I was ready. And they started telling me things like, I'm not a bad person. I'm just sick. and I have a disease called alcoholism, which is a combination of of obsession of the mind, where even though I don't want it, as soon as the idea comes up, I have no control over it, and I go and I have that one drink or that one smoke. And once I have that, I have the second thing, which is an allergy of the body, which means that as soon as I have one, my body reacts in a way where it needs more. And it will go and get more and more and more. And then I'll forget about the pain that I felt that I'd caused from my drinking and my using. And then I'll, again, be convinced that maybe this time it's going to be different. And when they taught me all these things, I was able to create a lot of self-forgiveness, a lot of spaciousness, a lot of not needing to think about myself so much, and survive the struggle one day, every day, the hustle of trying to get high. And once I had 35 days clean, thank God, I also had a rabbi who came to visit me. And when I came back, he was also there with my shul, and they had taken all the alcohol out of the shul for the first Shabbos once I came back, in support of my journey. I didn't hide it. They knew. And I was okay with it. I right away joined a 12-step program, and I've been part of it since from then till today. And I have never had the need to get high or to drink from that day until today. And that's thanks to, of course, my willingness, that gift of willingness that Hashem gave me to receive the help, which, you know, I believe that it takes more courage to be willing to receive help than to try to do it on your own. And there's so much help out there. You know, my journey continued, and I'll try to say it quickly because I know I've been here for a while. I stayed sober. Life was getting really good. It's getting very difficult on one end, but on the other hand, from an emotional and spiritual and personal perspective, my life was getting much better. My wife and I had worked on our marriage a lot. Where I joined an outpatient right when I got out of rehab for about 10, 11 months, where my wife and I both went to this outpatient. She was doing individual and group therapy. I was doing individual and group therapy, and then we would do couples therapy as well. 11 months of that, and then I took a break from therapy, and then I started getting anxiety a few years in, debilitating anxiety, which I had no idea what it was until that time. And then thank God my brother-in-law helped me understand what it was. He gave me some tools. And then I eventually looked and found the therapist that I actually had worked with in the outpatient. And we reconnected, and we just started doing the internal family systems therapy, many other therapies, but ultimately that was the main one that we did most of our work in. And I was able to work through a lot of things, a lot of childhood issues, a lot of childhood traumas that I never even seen as that significant. But as I was trying to live, I wanted to live a good, meaningful, purposeful life, and I had all these things coming up and getting in the way. So that therapy was tremendous for me. Learning that just like my addiction, which is just a part of me doesn't want to be addicted. A part of me doesn't want to be powerless and controlled and enslaved by a substance. But there's another part of me that's finding that me using it is a solution to another problem. So even though it's a solution to one problem, it creates another one. And I have many parts within myself. There's a part of me that wants to be productive, and I have another part of me that's procrastinating because it uses slowing down as a way of protecting me from disappointment, a way of helping me slow down and not take on too much and not experience rejection. Each one of these parts of me are trying to help me and protect me. And when they're not guided and when I have no control over them, they can hurt me. And they do, until I become conscious of it. And I learn how to respect it. And I build a relationship with these parts of me. And it's been tremendous work. I worked with him for about 2-3 years, and it was tremendous. Until eventually I met my coach. And my coach also took me to a whole new level where I'm able to purposely live my life, live on purpose, be clear about who I want to be in this world and what are the things that I want to accomplish. Deep, deep work. Step into being a coach, coaching others. The amount of work I had to do to dissolve the beliefs about myself, which had me believing things like I'm stupid, I'm not enough, just for being me is not enough. There's something I need to know, there's something I need to do, accomplish, there's some certificate that I need to have in order to earn people's respect, in order to earn my validity. So thank God today, with the help of all those people, my wife, my brother-in-law, my brothers, my family who stepped up, each one of them taking all their last monies, they're swiping credit cards to help me pay for the rehab. That person that I met in the psychiatric ward, my peers, my fellow alcoholics in rehab, out of rehab, in 12-step meetings, my therapist, my community, my rabbi, my shul. I thank all of you. And in turn, through all of these people supporting me, thank God I've been able to support hundreds and hundreds of people in their road to recovery, through many of their personal issues, and in coaching, helping people really accomplish the things that they thought were impossible based on their beliefs about themselves or the world or God. The last message that I'd like to share with you, and I'll conclude with this, was based on the first meeting that I had with my coach. When I met him, I was at the tail end of a huge struggle. The struggle was that I deeply needed to connect with somebody in my life. I deeply needed soothing through connection and love. And anytime I would reach out to try to connect, I was experiencing, not anytime that I tried to connect and the person wasn't available, I experienced rejection, which hurt to my soul, to my core, which would make it that much more difficult for me to be willing to reach out again. So when I met this person, it was right before Rosh Hashanah, and I had given him a hug as I walked into Shul. And I told him, I think we both really needed that. In truth, I really needed that. And he had told me that this is actually the theme of this time of the year. During Rosh Hashanah, this is the time when all the Jewish people gather as a people, and they gather to reconnect with God, and then they reconnect with who they are, and then they reconnect with their families. It's a lot of reconnecting, a teshuvah, a return time. That's what he was referring to, our hug. But I saw it as an opportunity to create an inquiry. And I asked him, what if a part of us doesn't want to be a part of all the others? And he says, then we need to inquire what's wrong. He says, I'll tell you what's wrong. This part, every time he tries to go and be a part of everybody else, he gets hurt. And he doesn't want to get hurt again. So he said, then we have to have a lot of empathy and compassion. So I said, yeah, this part, he's very thankful for your empathy and compassion, but he's still not going back to the place where he keeps on getting hurt. And then he said, in that case, we just need to be with it. And I said, be with it. I was taught that, we come down into this world so that there's work to be done. Be with it, no work. And he says, Moish, that is the work. And this is my message to you. The amount of love and discipline that it takes to be with somebody who's hurting, to be with somebody who seems to be hurting themselves and may know it, may not know it, may be helpless. and not show up from a place of needing to fix them. Needing to fix them. To be able to really be with a part of ourselves that seems to be something that we don't like, and just be with it without trying to change it. You know, we're so obsessed. I was obsessed, and sometimes I still get caught up in this spiral of obsessing over trying to fix things. I'm dying to just, if only I could just fix things and things will be okay. But what we need most when we're hurting is not to be seen as broken. We need to be in the presence of somebody who is willing to be with us and experience us as whole. To look past what is seen on the surface, to look past what is even in the internal layers, on the surface, internal surface of our experience, and is able to look deep inside of us and see our wholeness, which can often only come through our own seeing our own wholeness. So when I was looking at that part of me, and as I was able to just be there with it, sit with it without trying to change it, be with it, let it be there, let it be there. Then that's what gave me everything that I needed. And once I did that, I no longer had this obsessive, intense neediness to connect with this person. Instead of needing them, I was able to transform, do whatever it is that I needed to do in my own work. And now I was able to go from needing them to loving them. That was my work. And I invite you, rabbis, family members, for yourselves and for your loved ones, for your community. If you see somebody that's hurting, try to be there in their life. To be there without this intense neediness to fix them. If you have a neediness to fix them, that means you have something inside of you that is needy. Sit and be with your neediness. And then once you be with your neediness in love, in holding and compassion of your own neediness, then you can soothe your own neediness and then show up as a whole, calm, godly being in this person's life. And that can be this more of an osmosis of a holistic, an environment. Create, when we have a tree and it's not growing well, we don't shake around the tree. We give it more sunlight. We change the soil to better soil. We water it. We work on the environment. And when the person's ready to see their wholeness, they'll step into it. I bless you all that you should never, ever have to experience the pain that I have. You should never, ever have to experience any loneliness in your journey. It doesn't have to be that way. And if you're experiencing the pain, I hope you take this as a message, as there is hope for you. Not just there's hope for you, it's really available in your community. And it's important for us to not hide these things. Not hide these things, because sharing our recovery, you may feel ashamed of your struggle, but at least be willing to share of your recovery so that other people can know that there is a solution for them as well. And it's okay to share your struggle. I know it's difficult because you're afraid of the way people will think of you. But I think you might be surprised to know that everybody's struggling with something. Everybody. And I encourage you, and I know it takes so much courage. It takes so much bravery to be willing to ask somebody for help. But that was for me, that was the most significant moment. That turning point, that moment of grace, the willingness to make that phone call. Otherwise, this conversation would never happen. And all those hundreds, or even, I would say by now, definitely tens of thousands of people who were affected by my journey would have never even gotten that. So I'm grateful to Hashem, and I'm grateful for you if you made it this far. I'm grateful to the Sydney community. And I bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you to Rabbi Levy and the Sydney Shul for inviting me to speak on the important topic of mental health. Now, we know that 1 in 5 Australians suffer from a mental health condition in any given year, and 1 in 2 Australians will suffer from a mental health ailment at some point in their life. If this is you or your situation or that of a family or a friend or a loved one, you are not alone. And the government is investing record amounts in mental health support because we know what a challenge it is for the community and how hard the last 2 years have been for many members in our community. So if you need help, please call on some of the resources available. Beyond Blue, Kids Helpline, Lifeline, your friends, your family, your community, and know that you are not alone.
Greetings to the Jewish community, Sydney Shul, and Rabbi Levy. I'm pleased to participate in this event on behalf of Prime Minister Scott Morrison to raise awareness about mental health and the support that is available to all Australians. This event comes at an important time as Australia recovers from the impact of COVID-19. The pandemic has had a substantial effect on our mental well-being, and people across all ages, ethnicities, and socio-economic backgrounds are seeking help like never before. Mental health is an ongoing priority for the Australian government. At the end of 2020, I was given the role of assisting the Prime Minister to better support Australians with their mental health. This is an important responsibility in a critical policy area for our nation. We've since announced record funding toward improving mental health support, with nearly $3 billion announced in the last 2 budgets towards the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan to lead important reform. The plan is based on 5 pillars: prevention and early intervention, suicide prevention, treatment, supporting the vulnerable, and workforce and governance. I want to reinforce a message of strength and hope to the Jewish community. You should never feel like you need to navigate mental ill health alone. The government is committed to ensuring the mental health system is culturally responsive and meets the needs of all Australians, regardless of identity, culture, religion, or ethnicity. I want to mention some services that today's viewers can access to support their mental health, should you feel you need it. Lifeline's 131114 crisis support service is available 24/7, where Australians can speak to a trained crisis supporter any time of the day or night. We recently increased Lifeline's funding to ensure they can support more people through their phone and text line services. I particularly want to highlight Lifeline's text service, which is a new initiative the government is funding, because we know some people feel more comfortable texting than having a conversation over the phone about issues related to mental well-being. We're also investing $500 million to establish head-to-health adult mental health centres right across the country. There are currently centres in every state and territory, and a number of pop-up centres in New South Wales and Victoria, which were established during the pandemic and can still be accessed today. These centres operate under a no wrong door approach, and their services are free. I know that many young people may also be watching, and I want to stress that help is also available to you. Headspace is the government's flagship mental health initiative for young Australians. There are about 150 Headspace services across the country today, including in regional and rural areas, and we're growing this figure to 164, meaning more young people will be able to receive support. Young Australians needing support can also access eHeadspace online. And we're also investing $27 million to continue to support the great work of Kids Helpline, a phone counselling service that can be used by young people anytime and for any reason. All Australians should feel supported and able to access mental health services when and where they need them. Talking about mental health can be hard, but having discussions about mental health is important and can help. If you are struggling, please remember that there are many resources available to you to get help. You are not alone. Thank you again for this opportunity. Talking about mental health is so important, and this event provides an opportunity to raise awareness and provide resources to support improved mental health outcomes for the Jewish community. Thank you.
To Bet Chabad in Australia and Rabbi Chaim Levy, I want to wish you a better year, much better than the one I know you endured. 6 months in closure, it's not easy. But I know your spirits were high, and I've heard great things about you because my son Abner had visited Chabad in Australia, and he told me of the wonderful camaraderie, of the wonderful Jewish spirit, of your wonderful support for each other, for the Jewish community as a whole, and for the state of Israel. So I want to thank you, and I want to wish you all the very best. Keep your chin up.